wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. Good morning, traders out there. How we doing? It's good to see you guys back in here. And of course, it's going to be an action-packed week. You guys see the red lights in the back, of course, as things are, of course, seeing some downside action. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on in the market. We'll get into some trade ideas, the playbook. We'll get into the sunrise report, what's going on in the market with all this action. And of course, why today could be the bear capitulation day. Find out, guys, right here, of course, only on Trade the Pool. We'll talk a little bit about some action going on, of course, and we'll get into the stock market. Let's take a look at the recent action to see what's going on this morning. Are we seeing further leak in the market, or are we seeing a little bit of a bounce? That's what we need to keep our eyes open for. Of course, we know how the market loves to eventually buy war. The question is, when will they do it? Because right now, of course, we're on the down gap. Let's take a look at what's going on here. I'll bring up my charts here, and we'll dive deep into the action right now. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Of course, you guys are seeing the kind of the bounce right now. Recently got up there to the 68.80s. We opened up pretty significantly down, right? So overall downside action coming in here back towards the 675s. We were already leaking on Friday, leaking on Thursday. So this is already kind of like a 3-day kind of leak right back through the support. And I think this is going to be the important part now watching in the next couple of days to see what happens with this support and will we get some further break on this, right? So of course we drew this back. So I'm going to start kind of drawing this, getting this out of the way here, and we need to start seeing what happens in this space, right? Will we come back into kind of here and actually break these lows? That's what I'm going to be watching for out the gates. Right now we're trading right above here around the 679. So through a lot of the supports on the closing action into the wicks. That's what I'll call this, right? So you're in that expansion zone. The question is, will we get further downside, right? We actually broke through that already this morning. And one of the things that I'm calling for and I'm looking for, will we get some further downside action really quickly and then see the bounce? We'll talk a little bit more about that and why coming up. Smash the like, of course. Let's keep it going. Let's go to the market. Let's take a look at the action. You guys are seeing that bounce there. The Qs, of course, are, of course, very similar action, if not further on the downside there. So I'll continue to look to see what happens there. Oil, of course, you can look at USO. You can look at different oil completely taking off. We'll talk more about that action coming up. Let's get into some trade ideas, of course. You guys know how I like to do the trade ideas. A little doorbell at the door. Let's take a look at some of the trade ideas that we can be looking at today. Let's get into the playbook action and see what we see there. BTU, of course, is one of the names that I'm going to actually bring up here. I'm looking for a coal trade, right? So the way that I'd be looking at this is that it's kind of like the unexpected play. Everyone's looking at energy, right? They're looking at oil, but coal could be catching a little bit of a lift off the rising U.S., Israel, and Iran tensions, of course, and watching for a reclaim of Friday's high of 32.10, right? So if we can clear right back up into 32.10s, I'll be watching to see if this can lift right back into the 33s and 34. This is a momentum play to start catching in here. If Peabody, of course, if energy is going to take off, this is one of the names I don't want to miss. Let's talk about another trade that we've been watching for a very long time, which is a long in the XLV in the healthcare trade. I've been talking about how this has been prime, looking for a breakout. On Thursday, we got a little bit of a pullback to 157. Friday came in with a big rip up there to 160.80s. So we're going to continue to watch to see what happens at that 160.80s up there. We've seen a couple of wicks get into that area. But overall, if you kind of scroll back here, this is really looking like it's ready to get going, right? So we've had a couple of attempts back towards the upside. At this point, looking to see us if we can clear right back into the 160. If we take a look at the hourly action this morning, you're kind of getting a nice little pullback because of the war situation. So I think this is actually giving us kind of like a bonus, like kind of a gift pullback here. Because I think if the war situation didn't come in, I'd almost expect healthcare to be higher. So I'm going to use this as a way of getting after the trade, right? So pullback to 159 after the recent breakout could be a really good opportunity. We're trading at 159 right now. So I'll be looking to see if we can get a little bit further pullback. Can we get back into the 157s? Anything in that range, I'll definitely be jumping on that. That's Thursday close. Don't want to see that break, but that gives me the ability to kind of use Thursday's action as an ability to bet off of there, right? So I'll be watching to see. I think the XLV does have room to run. A big part of this trade is going to be if the anchor like UNH, the healthcare plans, can turn. If they start filling in the gap, the XLV has that room to get a good run. All right, let's go to some defensive names, of course. So what a lot of traders will be watching, some defensive action. Let's go to the drone player here in KTOS. I was talking about it this morning, looking for a dip into the 90s, and I think we just got it recently, and I might have not even saw the dip there towards the 90. Oh, it looks like we got it right around the 8 a.m. spot. So that's going to be the area where I'd call support. So I'd love to see it get back into that area. I don't know if we will approach it. We're right now sitting at 92. We could see upside coming from here, right? Defense name riding high on geopolitical tension, trading around 92.88 is when I saw it, right? When I was literally writing this down, it was only trading at 92.88. So we're talking right up in this space, right? Early morning action. Well, you guys see it. It pulled back significantly there, and now pulling back. It's going to be something to look at here. But a dip towards 90 and 89 for a dip buy setup. If buyers defend early weakness, this could press higher. We'll see what happens there in KTOS. Of course, a defensive name riding higher. All right, we'll get to the sunrise report. We'll talk about what is moving in the market and why. That's, of course, where you guys want to learn about the market and take a look to see what stocks are getting the lift. It's good to see you guys out there. We'll keep taking a look out there and seeing other names that are getting that nice little push. What is this live feed that you were watching earlier? Well, Rick, if you're still tuning in, I just want you to take a look at there. I know you posted this comment a little while back. This is what you were seeing before was a kind of a simulated area. It's a simulated market, right? But it's a bot that has been built by Michael Noss. And of course, if you guys want to learn more about bot trading, you guys could be using bot trades right here on Trade the Pool. So take a look deeper into that and you can start to learn more. We also have a video to look into. And if you haven't done so in the past, take a look at our video on demand section. That's going to be an area that you can really kind of gain some value. I call it the Netflix of trading, but you can take a look at that, guys. I'll give you guys the link here so that you guys can get to our video on demand with just one click here. So here it is. You guys can, of course, just go to the main page or pull it up through there, but I'll just throw up the link here to check it out, right? So if you want to learn more about some bot trading or learn more about our trading interviews and everything that we have to offer, take a look at the VOD section, of course, what I call the Netflix of trading. All right, let's keep going, guys. We'll take a look at some other action there. There's of course, the link for you guys to click on, and we'll take a look at it. And of course, there's some scanner actions that are included on there. So it's good to see you guys. Joe, good morning, and good morning to everyone out there. Let's kick off the sunrise report. All right, the sunrise, of course, market woke up to shockwaves as the U.S. futures were plunging early Monday, as the U.S. and Israel launched coordinated strikes on Iran over the weekend, of course, killing the supreme leader and igniting fears of broader regional war. This is not a routine flare-up. It's a geopolitical earthquake, right? The future snapshots here, of course, significantly down is the Dow Jones Industrial Average, down 537 points, 1.1%. The S&P future is down at 1%. NASDAQ down 1.4% as risk is being, of course, repriced in real time. Oil exploding higher. Of course, you got Brent crude surging as much as 9% to near 79 and 80. WTI crude jumping more than 9% above 73s. Iran's OPEC, though, of course, Iran's OPEC fourth largest producer. The real fear now centers on the Strait of Hormuz. And so now I think we need to see what happens here in Hormuz to see what happens. It's the most critical choke point for global oil. So how much really is it going to get choked? Will they just go around? Will we see shipping costs kind of spike, day rates kind of spike? A sustained, of course, disruption there could not just lift gasoline prices, but it'd be a ripple through shipping and manufacturing margins and inflation expectations. So we got to take a look to see if we're going to get oil to spike towards $100 per barrel. That's kind of like your worst case scenario. I think, it's a little bit overblown right now, but that's just normal. It's how it is when the market finally gets the news that it was looking for. Let's take a look at gold. You can take a look at gold with GLLD, right? You can see how gold is kind of getting the nice little lift right now. It's not a major lift, too. I think that's one thing to kind of know. It is getting a little bit of a spike here, but it's not just a huge takeoff. It's a decent size, though, as it starts to lift here in the GLD. Futures up 2.9%. Spot gold up more than 2%. Of course, when missiles fly, of course, gold likes to glow. So we'll take a look to see what happens here in the gold trade. And silver actually being, I think, a trade to kind of keep an eye out for to see if that one can continue going. I talked about the move back to a 50% retracement level. We did just that already. So we'll see what happens here on silver as we've gone now towards that 50% retracement. And of course, you guys are taking a look at that. You guys can just do this off of the fib action towards the low, right? And you can see how we're going up there towards that 87 area here. So once we get into that area, I could see about 50% of that retracement from that drop kind of get hit. And that's really where I'm going to start looking to see if the shorts come back in, or do we start to hit that and go higher back towards a retracement of, let's say, 38.2, right? Something like that is what I'll be looking at. All right, we'll see what happens there, and keep your eyes to see what happens in silver. President Trump, of course, told CNBC that the U.S. military operations are ahead of schedule, but Iranian officials here have vowed retaliation, and the risk is escalation. The market, of course, is pricing uncertainty, and strategists note that this isn't just about today's headline. It's also about duration. If conflict remains contained, markets may stabilize. If it widens, volatility could persist for some time here. Another thing I think is important to kind of keep an eye out is to see what happens with the VIX, right? Another thing that we'll be looking at is to see where we were in February, right? February, of course, in the red after renewed turbulence in the artificial intelligence trade and software stock really kicked off. Fears that automation may undercut legacy business models and trigger layoffs have weighed on the sentiment. Now add elevated oil prices, inflation risk revival, geopolitical uncertainty, and AI disruption anxiety, and that's a clouded wall of worry. So we have a huge wall of worry to climb. The question is, what will happen because of that, right? Of course, global markets reaction, airlines hitting hard. There was some airlines that got really hit hard. You got Qantas down 5%, ANA 5%, Japan Airlines 5%. And overall, I'll be looking to see if maybe the short is on Jets, right? A global airlines ETF. We'll see what happens there as defense stocks also rise. We can take a look at ITA. Defense stocks were already kind of getting the rip there. LMT, of course, going higher. As I talked about it, this was very binary, but you got the lift, right? You're up there now to 691s, but really extended. You were already fading back this morning because you got the pop and the drop, right? So that's the big thing to kind of keep an eye out for. This thing was up in after hours in the... Like when the first pop came out, this thing was as high as 787. We're down now to 690. This is why you got to be careful chasing, right? This is not about chasing. This is also about being smart. If you didn't catch the trade, you don't need to just jump right in, right? We'll see what happens there. Oil shock scenarios, Wells Fargo tail risk. If oil surges above 100, right, and that this, of course, this strait remains disrupted, that's what we need to kind of keep an eye out for, right? The bank, of course, sees a potential drop towards 6,000 on the S&P 500 and roughly 13 below Friday's close. That's, of course, a stress case scenario, not a bear case. Goldman Sachs view. Goldman argues that only a severe and sustained energy shock, think your 1990s, your 2022 levels, would be meaningful to derail the global growth. The key word, sustained. That's what we need to be looking for to see if we get further downside action. Of course, futures are red. Energy is blazing, and the week begins under a cloud of global tensions. We'll see what happens with the market and what we can come up with. Of course, I also think it's important to talk about software. Software is the most important area for the market in the long run because this has been where we really seen the disaster. Another area we saw the disaster come in at the end of the week was financials. as financials took a huge hit towards the end, guys. It was down there to 50-50, going down there from 51 and 52s down and really taking a beating. So I think this is a trade that we need to keep an eye out to see if we finally get some reversal or will we see some further downside in the financial area. What am I looking for? Well, I'll be looking for a kind of a capitulation low. I want to see these names get washed out the open, just completely smacked on, because that will wash out the bulls. And then I want to look for psychological buying to come back in towards the afternoon. It means that I don't have to jump really quickly into these trades. It means that I can look for the weakness out the gates. If anything, I can short weakness, but not necessarily my kind of thing, right? But I'll be looking to see if we get some algo buying into that lunch hour, especially. And then we start to see this liftoff start to take off, right? But that's the key here, guys, because I think that's a big look to look at, right? So a lot of times we get this big downside weighing in. Weighing in is the software disruption, the financials, right? But then this big event comes and triggers the bottoming event. I think today could be that bottoming event. It doesn't necessarily need to be a takedown. And we all know my man Michael Noss is going to come in here and say it again. We buy World War III, right? So in this case, do we look for some bottoming event and go in with our buying shoes? That's what I'll be looking for. Of course, you make your own calls, but we'll be looking for that action towards the open. All right, guys, it's 8:55. We got a lot more to get into. We'll be, of course, having our traders join in just a second here, but definitely excited to take a look at different trade ideas. So if you guys have any trade ideas, throw it up in the chat. We'll be catching some comments out there. It's good to see you in the morning, Larry Shah in the chat here. Larry coming in here. Good morning. How you doing out there? Trump said said the war is going to go on for at least 4 weeks. He said 4 weeks or less. He didn't say at least 4 weeks. He said 4 weeks or less. So the farther out timeline is 4 weeks. It could be a week. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 2 days, right? Doesn't mean it needs to keep going. This is where I think a lot of people quickly go into this kind of downward spiral hole. We got to remember, majority of Iran's leadership has been taken out here. So it's going to be very difficult for them to surrender. But at this point, does it make sense for them to keep fighting? We're going to find out, right? Because that's what Trump's trying to break. He's going to try to break their fight. We'll see how much they keep on the fight. All right, we'll see what happens out there. It's good to see you guys. We'll take a look at different trade ideas out there. If you guys have a trade idea, throw it up in the chat. We could take a look. I'm seeing someone mention TTD in the chat there. Let's take a look at TTD at 23.28. We'll look to see if this can recover 24. Trade Desk has been one of the weakest stocks in the market and really getting wrecked by AI. Definitely not a trade that I want to be looking at to buy the dip. But hey, to each his own. If this is your type of trade, at least you know where your lows are, right? You can use those lows to see if this starts to turn and starts to be kind of that turning style trade. We'll see what happens there in Trade Desk. I'm going to be very closely watching software names like Salesforce to see if they can come and try to break down those lows, right? Salesforce would be a big watch for me. If we take a look at TTD, you can see the downside action there. Salesforce is hanging out right there, but these have been really the names that have been hit the hardest, right? Especially TTD. It's just been an absolute nightmare of a trade. But who knows? Maybe now is the time that the stock turns. What's going on out there? And we'll take a look to see what happens in the war situation. I think one of the things that we got to always keep in mind is that war can come and go really fast, especially if it's a situation like this. I don't think it's going to get expanded. I don't think it's going to last longer. I think it's just talking points for the media, especially this week. They're going to be on top of this. Another big watch will be the inflation, though. That's, I think, is the longer concern from this. Do we see inflation spikes from this? That can, of course, do what? It can handcuff the Fed, right? We know that the Fed wants to cut rates, but it can't cut rates if jobs start spiking, and it can't cut rates if inflation starts spiking. So all things to be watched about in the economic side of things to see what happens and comes down the line. All right, we can get to some more trade ideas. If you guys are looking for some trade ideas, of course, you guys will always catch them here. We'll take a look at some other ones here. We can do a little doorbell, take a look into some different trade actions out there. Another thing that we can take a look at is maybe what about some oil tanker plays, right? These are not as your obvious plays, but it could be a nice play like a DHT. You guys are seeing this name up right now. Let's see if we even have this ticker. Yeah, we do. DHT there. Look at this one taking off, right? It's now a nice little takeoff up there to 21 and has been on a big breakout, right? These names could continue to lift, right? We'll see what happens on that one. TNK. Another shipping stock, another oil tanker, INSW, right? A lot of these shipping names could be seeing a nice little lift, nice little spikes. We've seen these are areas sometimes they get these huge rips. So we'll keep an eye out on that. We could also take a look to see like some LNG type of trading, right? That could be something to kind of take a look into. Do we see natural oil, and natural gas get affected from this, right? So we'll see what happens there in LNG. Another play that you can be looking at is a shipping of LNG, which is FLNG, which is already up there, GLNH, and other plays like this, right? There's also a play I'll be watching, of course. I've talked about it with coal and look into trades like that. And we'll see what happens. If we take a look at the earnings front this morning, there was some earnings. There was Norwegian. It's taking a big hit to the downside with their earnings. But if you actually take a look, right, the earnings were kind of muted, and now it's taking a bigger hit because of the oil exposure and the guidance moving forward. Costs really kind of hitting them here. If you actually think about it, the earnings weren't that bad for Norwegian. It just was kind of more, I think, a really bad data report, right? So it can just be like that sometimes. Another one that had earnings with Berkshire, but I don't think that's too much where traders will be watching too much of this action here. It's more along things to think about what happens to Berkshire after this. That's what I'll be watching. If they go to the value trade today, we'll be taking a look to see what happens in that, right? The XLP, consumer staples kind of hang on. I still got Target. I don't know if I got cut out of this trade. Nope, still on. I had some kind of limit sitting up and trying to get out. Definitely doesn't want to hit the limit, so I might just have to cut it here and look to see if I can piece out at the open. I'm just trying to cut down the risk essentially here at Target. I think we could see a little bit of further downside right out the gates. It does have earnings tomorrow. So keep your eye on that. We do have earnings front that will be coming in here. If you guys don't take a look at your earnings, well, it's about to take off, guys. There's some more earnings that will be coming in this week. If you guys want to take a look at that, you got names like Archer, before the open tomorrow, Target, SE on Best Buy. So I think it's important to watch this week. We got CrowdStrike after the close on Tuesday, Wix, ANF, some retail names, and then after the close on Wednesday, big important action there, right? You'll get AVGO and different ones, right? So keep your eyes on that, guys. A lot of action going on out there. And another trade that's been kind of getting hot as of late has been the AI optical trade, right? So, of course, you guys can take a look at that with LITE this morning up a significant amount and making a big break to the upside. So, LITE tells me that I want to watch names like COHR. I can also watch a name like AAOI, right? This is optical AI. This is the picks and shovels for AI infrastructure and data centers. What has Money Mitch been preaching about? It's the infrastructure for data centers that will be completed this year. That should be the trade you might need to focus on. If you haven't done so already, guess what? You still have an opportunity to with a lot of trades like these. So we'll take a look at the action. We'll take a look at some different names. There's different ones there you can take a look at, but it's something that I'll be watching. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on our traders today. Let's get out of my charts. Let's get out of the sunrise, and let's bring in Michael Noss and Airplane Jane. I'm in markets in turmoil in the red. What's going on, Michael? What's going on, Jane?
Loving life. New all-time high on Friday on the RSP, the average stock. Nothing to complain about there. To see the RSP
Not there right now.
It's above yesterday's low on the RSP. SPY down a little bit, like what, 0.5% or something like that. So it's interesting. And again, I've done last time this happened. I'm on the wrong screen.
No worries.
I'll change that. The last time this happened, I went through and I got some data. Right, the first week is generally choppy. The next month is usually bullish. The next year is almost always bullish after Middle Eastern conflicts. Again, we're talking just markets. For political and personal stuff about it, that's other places. But yeah, just markets. Generally speaking, this is a bullish thing, and with most stocks hitting a new all-time high, great.
All right, Jane, we'll go to you. How do you see the market's reactions to, of course, the conflict?
Well, I see that, seeing that bigger money positioning, that it was setting up for a dramatic move, which we have, and likely going to be, in my opinion, a downward move until March 17th when we have the Fed. They're trying to discount everything. Looking at the cover of The Economist, which is quite interesting. I don't know if you want to throw that up there, Michael or Mitch, that they have the US flag. Well, it looks like they're digging for gold. So is that going to be a crash the dollar move, just like we saw on the cover of Barron's last week, which I said, hey, that usually precedes it 1 week in advance, where it was teeter-tottering on the edge, that they are right now, the dollar and the commodities are both ripping. That is going to be an anomaly. They usually trade together. When we see that with VXX and the SPY, one of them is usually lying. So if we have that scenario, they're positioning on the dollar to drop it. And what did we see when the dollar dropped during COVID times? Where did the market go? Well, it went up, right? With inflation, stimulus. And I think they're going to have to potentially stimulate the economy. So I'm on board with Michael that I see this as a potentially bullish move for the market. We're going to have a drawdown over the next couple of weeks until we have FOMC. So we've got 2 weeks from Wednesday. And then we're going to see an upward move. But right now, that image to me is maybe they're trying to drop the dollar and they're giving you the heads up in advance. So watch that positioning and see where we go with the dollar dropping. Right now, we've got, like I said, both the dollar up and the commodities, which is not normal. One of them is lying.
Well, and with the dollar, we know that the positioning is as negative as it's been. And we had both The Economist and Barron's talk about how the dollar was dead, last week, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense that the dollar's up, right? I went and I showed last time both of them talked about the dollar and how strong it was. It was in with 3 days of the all-time high. So that's interesting. And I also I can grab these. I just brought up these charts for anyone who's interested. The beauty of it is you can just ask AI about this stuff nowadays. So I went and I said, grab all the most recent, days, the first day of a conflict in the Middle East, and show me the SPY return. So this is 1 week later. You can see a mixed bag and pretty much nothing, right? Afghanistan was down 5%, but Iraq was up 3%. So the market, I would say this is mixed and not really moving, right? 1% up or down is just regular, normal 1 day action, right? There's nothing, there's no huge crash here. There's no massive rally here. This is nothing. And then if you go 1 month out, it's pretty much the same thing, right? This actually was, I looked this one up, the 15% down move. That was COVID at the same time. So most of them are up, but again, nothing. Doesn't really affect much. And then this is 6 months out and mostly green, quite hugely green. But again, this is 6 months. So the market's normally up 75% of the time, I think, in any 6 month period that you can pick. So essentially, if you're looking for a market related thing, if anyone's telling you that this is a big, huge market moving event, they just haven't looked. They're trying to sell clicks or whatever. They haven't looked at the data. Generally speaking, today we get about nothing, and that's what we're seeing. If you go to the S&P 500 right now, it's down at 0.8% or something. That's like a normal day. So all of this is just kind of normal day stuff. So just don't let this kind of blind you to what markets normally do. Continue to focus on the same things you would be normally focused on, even if the media doesn't want you to. The media wants you to focus on other things, right? I'm going to treat this like a day like any other. I'm going to look for stocks going up to buy and looking for stocks go down to sell. And I'm just going to kind of shut out that noise entirely, because the market is screaming at me to do so. Not only historical data, but current. It's not really down that much.
I will say that I am seeing on the inverse indicators and across the board with positioning that the bigger money is above. So, am I entering into long positions? No, I would be waiting for that potential bottom that I see them flip their position before I jump in full force, because right now it's that falling knife. So, I'd be cautious on that. I can't ignore the fact that all that big money is above us, especially across the board on the SPY and Qs, because right now Nvidia is below bigger levels.
Yeah.
We're going to see that that's going to draw down the broader market. Yes, it's part of the Mag 7, which is not the broad market. However, it does have so much power that it will affect the broader market.
So what is your what are those same indicators you say about like the equal weights, like RSP and QQQE?
Well, I'm looking at specifically the inverse for, say, the SPY, right? So it's going to directly relate to the SPY.
Okay.
And if people are going to have their money in that, then if they don't know about RSP, I mean, we know about it, but how
Yeah.
many people really know about it? Are they going to look and see blood in the markets and get panicked and sell? If they're in the SPY and the Qs, yes. How many people have been told to buy into RSP versus the SPY?
Yeah, well, that's why you should be listening to the show, right? Because we've been saying for months now, right? It's just ignore the Mag 7. They're just I know everyone, and it's a media thing. And again, I don't blame anyone acting the way capitalism says that they should act, right? So the media should focus on the thing that people care about. They should talk about Nvidia and Microsoft and AI and all this kind of stuff. Um, but we as traders, we should know better. We should just look at them and say, man, these haven't gone anywhere in 6 months. Let me go look for something that's currently breaking out because, like, do you see a healthcare here on Friday? Holy smokes! Look at that candle. And no one,
Mhm.
they're not going to be talking about this massive move that we're having, and what a clean looking breakout here in healthcare, and they're just not going to talk about that. So it's like, yeah, it sucks for people who have all their money and they've decided cap weight it is the way they want to have someone else manage their money. That's unfortunate that your stuff hasn't gone anywhere for ages. That's really not my problem though. Like, it
For
sounds
sure.
mean, it
For
sounds
sure.
mean, but like that's a you problem. I just want to be focusing on the areas that are going out, and this RSP chart actually looks great to me. And I know we're down. I think we're down at like 202, so we're right near Friday's low here. So again, who knows what's going to happen when the market opens, but this was great. And one thing I want to tell everyone about, because I did a tweet about this and everyone was asking, there's weekend Wall Street, and this is so I woke up on Saturday like most people and go, oh, that's interesting, as you're reading the news. This website right here, so this is done by IG Markets, and they're not big in the States, but they're a huge international player out there. They just allow their people via CFDs to trade the Dow and the SPY and the Qs 24/7, 365. It's like everything is going eventually. And all weekend you could see that it was down less than 1%. So, it's a lot of people, they were messaging me and saying, well, how do you know that the market doesn't care? And so I just wanted to show, you just Google weekend Wall Street, you saw me do it, and you can see it right here. And it's just insanely accurate because it is this massive, it's all of the clients in this massive broker just trading as if this thing was constantly live, which it generally is. So you can see, right? Every time there's a big event, I go here a couple times on the weekend and just say, hey, is there anything I should give a shit about? And if we were up or down 2 or 3%, I go, oh, maybe I should look at it further. Within 1%, I'm like, the market doesn't care, right? And again, we're not talking about the human aspect of this. We're not talking about the political aspect of this. That's for different shows. But the market, as soon as I saw the news, I went to that website, and I think we were down like 0.75% or something at some point. I go, okay, it's not a catastrophic event. We're not seeing that anywhere in the market. We're not seeing a massive amount of fear anywhere. So just trade like a normal day is the way I look at it.
And, with the VIX and UVXY and everything like that, you got to remember that that will affect the premiums
Yeah.
for options. And a lot of times people are going to start buying the options. Even if everything rebounds, you could be at a loss because that premium decay, much like an FOMC meeting
I'll be right
or
back.
an earnings event, is going to create a scenario where that premium is just going to decay away. And that sort of trading, you've got to realize that when the premium is high, it can be better potentially for selling because you can capture on that premium decay when we see the reversal somewhat set in. When it is in a arena of that premium rising, be careful, because even if you get into a call and it starts to move up, unless it's a longer term, like far out calendar call, you will likely see that that premium's going to decay. And even though there's movement, that you are not seeing a rise in your option because that premium's decaying. We try to concentrate more on stocks, but I want to give you a word to the wise because I've been in that sort of scenario. And somebody, Talk was saying, hey, I think this, or Joe B1 Nobi was saying that it could be a potential sell the news setup with gold and silver. Somebody posted out on Twitter that I think it's something like 5,000 ounces of silver in each missile. And so that could be a catalyst for silver. We just have so many different potential catalysts for silver now. And I'm not, we're above the bigger money on the silver contracts and on SLV, PSLV. So right now I'm still bullish on silver and gold. However, I don't like that they're raising their targets up on silver and gold with the banks from say 130 to 305. That is, I mean, we're about to test that gap on silver. So if we can get into that gap and close the gap, that could be beautiful. We could see a gap fill, which we know the market loves, but we could also see them do the gap fake out, which you've seen from the bottom a lot of times on earnings, right, Michael, where you've seen it come back down, test that potential low and rebound. So maybe they're going to use that. It's just cautious right now, I think, on silver, but we got big money in our back, so I'm pretty faithful on that.
Yeah, I'm watching. So I went really back and studied. I've shown those charts a bunch of times. I won't bring them up again about what happened the last time the silver did this massive spike and all of the narratives around it and then crashed. And the main point that it generally failed at was the 50%-ish retracement. So I'm not a big fib guy, but you just draw from the crash to there, and that's going to be the area I think that's like the do or die point. If we fail there, I might take another shot short. If we get through there, then maybe this was just a bit of a reversal. But yeah, I just don't like, I'm all super data driven, so I just don't like that I don't have a lot of data to say 2 times isn't a lot of time there. Just FYI, if your dogs freak out, I'm getting an oil delivery. That's why I had to watch
Small
out. It's a
sample size,
big, yeah.
And on the inverse, I'm seeing with GLL and ZSL that they're giving me the go long signal. So they have not fully positioned into the split, but also GLL right now, the big money level since the beginning of the year is 1877 and ZSL is 1869. So I'm also going to trust those, that if they were going to really crash gold, they're going to get in somewhere to profit on it. And typically it's the inverse indicators.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I know someone mentioned Palantir, right? There are some places to look here, but the way I look at it is that the market, the reason that I don't think that this is a large event, again, from a strictly market point of view, is that kind of when it happened to. If this happened on a Tuesday night or something like that, I think you would get more panic, just because we've had the entire weekend. So, we've seen a lot of the aftermath. It looks like, they got a lot of the targets they were after. Like, all of this stuff it's not a fresh thing. The market's had the time to digest. Like we talk about the poor interns at Goldman Sachs all the time. you better believe that they were called in Saturday morning. And they said, sit your ass down. We're doing, scenario analysis after scenario analysis of what's potentially going to move and where it's going to move. So because the market has had, and it doesn't, 48 hours doesn't seem like a lot, but I think it's a lot of time to digest what's going to happen. You're already seeing all these, right? So, you have the Palantir gap up and the rip that happened there, right? So I look at that and I'm like, okay, good. If you hold it, great. It's great. You got a nice little gif. It gapped up. But because as soon as my theory on the market is as soon as everyone knows it, it's priced in, and everyone not only has known it, but has known it for some time now, then I think all of this is kind of priced in. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to get some quiet moves that people might not really be talking about or looking at. And you'll see those quiet moves just not be mentioned by the media because they're going to be focused entirely on this story all day. So you might see, again, when you talk about healthcare. So like I'm really lasered in on healthcare. Absolutely nothing to do with what's going on in the Middle East in any way, shape, or form. But just because of the chart, because we had this huge breakout yesterday, if it looks like we're going to continue at all here today, I'm going to take a look at those. And, what all of this other stuff that's going on, it's not that it's a distraction or anything. They're real news events. I just think it's already been kind of baked into the pie.
Right. Well, and XLE and oil are crazy, moving big time. USO, Oxy, really big pops today as well. So looking at that to see if that's going to be a continuation move. Yeah, I was just about to mention the Market Madness coming up on Friday, where we're going to be setting up teams as individual traders. We have our own team of stocks that we are going to be picking on Thursday at noon, March 5th at noon. We are going through our draft period. So definitely check it out, sign up. You guys can create your own team for prizes. We are going to be picking 5 stocks. Isn't it 5 stocks or 7 stocks, Michael? It's 5 that we're picking.
I think it's 5. Yeah.
Yeah. 5 stocks that we're picking. We're going to do the draft live, and then we're going to be picking our stocks. And Monday morning, the 16th, we're going to be picking those stocks, and we have those stocks for the week, and we're going to see who moves up in the ladder board.
For me, it's just going to be pure algorithmically. I'm just going to jeez, I'm just seeing the AI pitch. Holy smokes, I just got flashbanged with these live. Let's go through. Oh my goodness,
love it.
I was going to say, man, look at what they did to me, and then look at what they did to you. This is criminal.
Do they have our team names
Michael
there?
On here. Holy smokes.
Do they have our team names? I got to go to that link. Let me check it out too.
Yeah, trade
First
where
time
the big
seeing
money
the page.
is. I don't see a name.
So you get to pick your team as part of it, and you can create a team yourself, up to 6 players in your team.
Oh, Joe, man, they did good job. They did with Joe there. Holy smokes. Man, they did me dirty here. I'm writing a letter. That's it. I'm going on strike after this. Look at this. You see this? You see what they did to your boy here, Mitch? Jeez, look at this.
I've heard that appearances may appear closer than usual.
What is this nonsense?
I want to see. Did you guys pick your names?
They put you with that real Canadian look, right? That
well,
they
should have put him in a denim or flannel jersey then.
The lumberjack.
You could,
you got that real lumberjack look going, my friend.
This could be a most wanted photo. This could be like you could slap that on a wanted dead or alive thing right there. And
I think they took this from your college days when you got in trouble and you woke up in jail. But
get cats in here, man. Come on. What's this kind of stuff? This is criminal.
Oh, we'll have some fun with that. That's what happens.
We don't have our team names on there.
Not yet, no.
We got to get our team names. So get those team names going. Sign up before. We don't want to miss it, guys.
Does look like a mugshot, Michael.
It does.
Is that your passport photo? You
Oh, my
can't
fast forward
smile.
photo is bad too. Yeah. So yeah, just sign up here. It'll be fun. I always love these things. Like we did, I had fun when we did the trading against the
Flex,
fivers.
baby.
That was fun.
Those aren't fake, baby.
Um,
Those
the
No,
aren't
those are
fake. Those aren't
yeah,
fake. That's all
those
I'll
are
say about mine.
yeah,
Mine was real life picture.
the AI was nicer to you than it was to me. All the stuff.
I love
The
it.
AI
Love
said,
it.
I get the athletic build, you get the lumberjack build, my friend. I saw
I was
your
expecting
shirt.
it to
I
give me
saw your shirt.
like
I
more
like the
shoulder hair
sweatband. I
and
got the
stuff.
sweatband
Like
to wipe the
that's
sweat away.
Oh, we'll be having some fun, of course,
so that's
as the market
Thursday.
madness.
Yeah, Thursday at
Noon.
like right at noon Eastern.
Yeah.
I think we could all use some madness in between all the madness outside in the world. So I think it's a great timing here for this competition.
Absolutely.
We'll be having some great time, guys. And Michael looks like a center from the 60s. That's probably my favorite comment. I was looking through them. I'm like, which is the one I want to highlight?
Jeez.
That one.
You
That
know
one's
the
probably
AI
the best
probably
one.
gave him like 6 photos, so that was definitely a human decision to go, yeah, let's pick that one. That one's good. Good to go.
Yeah, they made you look like
Totally
Larry
not your
Bird.
personality. You're not that angry person, too. It's like, it's totally, yeah, it's hilarious. Also, I
Larry
want to let
Bird.
you guys know I looked at the weekly and I looked at the SPY and just drew a couple trend lines right there on the SPY on the weekly chart with the wicks and went to the top of the candles. And it looks like we got an apex right there that sets up for also, FOMC. So we've got some indecision, we've got some up moves, we've got some down moves, we've got some lower highs, higher lows, and it looks like really March 17th, that week is going to be that apex or the point of the triangle trend, and just setting it up that we could be positioning for that big move with FOMC. So if we have if we have an up week, we have a down week, it's not a surprise. We're going to be setting it up for a bigger move. So
But
until that point,
what can the FOMC do that? Because we're in this market that everything's up except the Mag 7, right? We've been
right.
talking about it verbatim. But does the Mag 7 care about interest rates? Like, does Nvidia give a crap what JPOW is going to say? Because they've just got all the money in the world. So if rates stay high, they're going to make money on that side of things. And if rates cut, then maybe some things get easier. I just don't know. Like, and same with Apple. Like, I just don't know what JPOW can do to these stocks. Like they're the anchor. They're the only thing kind of dragging us down. So if we want this particular ETF to go higher, I think those things got to take off. I just don't know. I don't know what JPOW is gonna do.
Here's the thing. I really don't think it matters what he says. I'm in the thought process that they will just use that as the catalyst for their move, good or bad. They are positioning, and the charts are telling me that that's going to be the week where we see a major movement. I don't really care whether he's positive or negative. I'm just looking at where that bigger money is, and if we go above, it's setting up to me that that's the week that we see a big major move. That's it.
Yeah, and we talk about that a lot too, where there's I most of them have a if large news event coming, don't do anything. And it's just for the kind of the binary aspect, right? These guys, more than anything, like I love the term career risk because it really is what drives them, is that you can be, if you're too wrong, you get fired. So they're like, well, we'd rather not turn on the algo until the news is done and be a little and miss some money as opposed to turning on the algo before the news is done and getting smoked, because we can't do that, right? Just watching the SPY a little bit here onto the open again, well off the lows. I usually bring up the futures, but it doesn't really matter because this low was way lower than we saw in the future side of things. So this is the overnight low, even if you include Sunday night. So for me, that's going to be the main area to keep an eye on. And then the whether or not we go green from there. And again, we have the one day after. And it's, up or down. Like if you take Afghanistan out of here and you take Iraq out of there, it's like up or down 1.5% to 2%. So not expecting a huge move one way or the other. And that's on the SPY because, I didn't do the RSP or anything because they just didn't exist long enough to matter, which is the unfortunate thing with quantitative investing and these ETFs is they're just so new. So you don't have a lot of data. So we'll see what happens. But when you look at the RSP, it's like still above yesterday's low. So I'm going to spend more of my time focusing on this because, right, it's still holding yesterday's low, and that puts it like maybe 0.5% from all-time highs. So there's more of a chance that I think this could go positive, and that might be driven by, again, this crazy day that we saw in healthcare, like a huge breakout on Friday, and then a nice continuation here today. So for me, healthcare is the place. I've been buying this thing, and I've been trading this for some time since we broke out down here, and I want to do it again. I don't know if it's going to work this time, but it worked last time. So
it's a great
I
trade.
mention
Great
to
opportunity. Just to kind of jump on that. The XLV trade, there's also, just to add, I don't know if you know, Jane, but there's a couple of events this week on healthcare.
okay.
So keep your eyes on that. You know how these
like
events
there's
can go on.
conferences.
Yes, conferences.
Yeah,
There's two specifics, ones that you can be looking out for. So those will help the action in healthcare this week. So just to keep that in the back of your mind. And remember the anchor conversation that we've been talking about, Michael, right? As long as the healthcare plans can go sideways or up, we're looking good. So Jane, what do you see there in those healthcare plans? So you see any play there?
Me?
Yeah. Do you like these plays here? I know we know how Michael is about it. Michael's seeing that UNH.
UNH, I like. It might get stalled up around the 300 mark.
Okay.
For XLV, let me just look at that chart quick.
Yeah. All right. Market's
XLV,
open, guys.
You're
Market action's
high.
opening here. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah,
You let us know how you feel about that. I did want to mention, though, that I'm watching out the gates. Do we get downside capitulation? Do we get quick downside in software, finance, and then a quick move back to the upside in towards the afternoon? That's what I'll be looking for. We'll see what happens.
And BATL for oil as well as a lower float.
Yeah, I saw INDO. This is the number one trending one.
Yeah.
On stock twits. This one's trending the highest. We have silver, a little bit of a flush there on the open. So pay attention there.
Yep. Still, as long as SLV stays above 69, that is the bigger money level that I'm watching. Above 83, we've gone back down below, but if we close above, I think we have the potential to move up to 94.50 there on the gap. So this could be that simple, pullback on open, people panic selling, and then, or the big guys dropping it just to get more in to move it to the upside. Sorry. So XLV is looking good to me as well. Bigger money down at 156.53. So as long as we stay above there, I'd say, hey, yeah, let's go.
Keeping an eye on Target. Target pulling back a little bit out the gates, but very little bit. So looking to see if defensives can get into the green here. Consumer defensive right out the gates. Only energy in the green here. Now utilities trickling like they want to start coming back up. I'll let you know what I see starting to get into the green. Regulated water, not doing too bad there. The name to watch, AWK. I like that trade for a day trade here. American Waterworks. Yes, I'm talking water, baby.
Netflix went red to green on the day so far.
I want to buy some Netflix.
Tesla's getting beaten down, but retracing a bit. We're down 11 points there. Are they going to fill the gap back up to roughly 400? I'd watch for that, for the gap fill back, back to close from yesterday. If they can if they can close that gap, a potential short up there because the bigger money is above us on Tesla at 410.
Trying to grab some of this AWK. It's just ripping here. So I'll try to grab a little bit and then just kind of put some ladder approach here on pullbacks. The key is I got to stay within the range, right? So I'm looking to stay within that range of volume that I can get. It's very limited on this one because it's a illiquid name, but I like the trade here. I took already 25 shares looking for pullbacks to 136 to be the ads.
whatever a CDIO is. I just looked over that, got triggered in my swing account.
Cardio diagnostics.
Cool.
Healthcare.
Ah, there we go. Perfect. Down here at $5. Just a pullback, kind of an anchored view up pullback setup.
Technology trickling green.
From the
Names like ASML going green.
from the swing trading side of things, I got PENN and AAOI. I got this short on that gap up there. IBIT green, which is that's the only trade that I got that I was able to pick up on the weekend. I did pick up some Bitcoin in like the 65,000 area when everyone was freaking out, just because that worked last time. Q's ripping here off the open.
Yeah, I see Bitcoin bigger money level at 67,000. They've dropped it down a bit. Ethereum stayed the same. They've dropped a couple of the other that I track as well. And looking to see if we can get, I'm watching Zcash to see if we can get it down to 169 for a potential entry there.
Yeah, the Q's just rocketing here.
With Nvidia is up on the day so far 1%, but we're still down below that 180 level. So that was my big level to watch. Until we can reclaim 180, I'm not sure that they're 100% going long there.
A WDC leading the action, 5% up. Micron, Seagate, your memory trade coming right back in. That's your ASML. That's your computer systems name starting to rip here higher. That's the only thing up over 1% in the industries in technology.
Well, and we're seeing that with SPY and the Q's ripping, but I just went and checked on RSP and it just hasn't moved from the open. So this is very much a big cap tech or a technology pop there.
Here comes defensives now into the green. Now you're getting defensives to go in the green, healthcare to go in the green here. And that's why I'm watching what's going into the green from the open. Continuing to watch that is going to be a big focus here. We'll see what happens. Utilities trying to get a nice little push here. So seeing independent power producers rip higher there. That's the area to watch. What did I hear mentioned multiple times by Trump? Tech, but bring your own power. GEV taking off today. GEV, CEG, BST taking off here. TLN, all these looking good here.
I like First Solar here. Looking at First Solar, it's got a nice bottom coming in. If we can hold the 190 level, this looks to have a nice bottom here.
Watching UNH, I'll probably do the UNHG here. Just gap down a little bit and then kind of rallied pretty hard from there. So if it can get up and then through that level, that's into the gap for those people who kind of like that thing.
Yeah. I'm seeing Target at least bounce a little bit here now, starting to get a little bounce. I do have a position on in the swing game for that. We'll watch to see if some discount stores can get a push here. Overall, in the last 5 minutes, basic materials now leading right back on the upside. Technology, real estate, financial services. That's why I talked about financial services being vital. We saw the downside come in, of course, in capital markets and asset management. I'm looking to see if that can turn. Asset management starting the downside right out the gates, but now if you look at, this is why I look at change from the open versus overall change. That overall change will lie to you. And then you're seeing it now. It's a big, nice little pickup out the gates there for some of those names like Blackstone up 3% now from the open. So this is why I like to pay attention from the open versus overall change. Overall change is a very fooling metric to use.
Seeing that the dollar is pulling back a little bit while we have commodities pull back. So again, that inverse move that is not correlating today. So somewhere there's positioning happening. We did hit a former resistance level on DXY up at 98.30 area. So looking to see if we can continue to see a pullback there on the dollar and a move higher on the commodities.
Stopped out there in AWK there on that pullback. So first trade on that one, it just undercut the low. I'm going to get out of it.
There's the SPY continuing to rip here.
Basic materials doing well. Aluminum, big breakout in Alcoa.
IWM ripping. All the major indices now, even the RSP is starting to lift as well. So your average stock is trying here. It's trying to go. Retail, for whatever reason, is just getting kind of shellacked here, looking to make new lows. And that's the only one that I'm watching that's just not looking great.
The sector's overall still struggling a little bit, but it's a kind of a mixed noise because you're looking at overall percentage, right? This is why I think today is one of those days where you really look at from the open what's leading, because it's going to be like you think it's energy because energy's up 1.1%, but technology's up now 0.55 from the open and down overall 0.44, right? So that down, when you first see it, it's red. You're like, oh no. But what you're really seeing is from the open, that's driving the boat, not
Yeah,
the
that's why I
energy
was
trade,
watching the.
right? So
That's why the XRT was interesting to me. With everything ripping from the open, XRT just made new low of the day, just ticked there into new lows.
Well, and it's interesting because we're also seeing that the fear and everything is continuing to move higher as we see that the markets are moving higher, right? So, are these shorts covering? Are they exiting? What's going to happen here? Are we going to see a major rip? I think we're going to see a very big moving day today, and then a bigger update tomorrow. So, it feels like positioning to me today as a Monday, and then a nice swing into a green open tomorrow.
we'll see what happens. Trying to catch a little bit of Alcoa pullback, and we'll see if gold can stay green. That's the only areas that I see in basic materials kind of driving that action. Agricultural inputs behind that, but not too far behind. We'll see what happens on coal. Coal stocks starting to get green. BTU, one of the plays. I might take a shot in the day trade.
The robot bought some RH.
Alcoa ripping here.
RH Donnelly. What do they do? Floors? Do I remember that right?
I'm trying to
Looking
catch
at
it on
the gold trade, Ego seems to be testing a high zone for a potential pop there. If it can break out, test that high, pull back, and then surge higher.
Just got an entry in TLN on that pullback, so gave myself a chance to see if I could get that shot on a pullback on that one. We'll give myself a shot and hold off the 355 spot.
I didn't even look if we had any eco numbers at all today. Oh, we do. Top of the hour, ISM manufacturing PMI and prices. So
Yeah, PMI is an important one.
tomorrow-
That's inflation. But
And then tomorrow's kind of boring. We don't have too much. We have some FOMC chatter, vehicle sales, but really Wednesday at 7:15 is probably going to be a big catalyst, as well as Thursday with unemployment.
yeah, look at so this is ITA, this is defense. This is why there'll be people out there who will be like, man, yeah, you just look and there's a war going on, so you should buy defense stocks and just boom. Just selling from the
yeah, I was telling people, like, I even put it out on my Twitter. Like, I was like, if you're thinking about buying defensive stocks today, you're gonna really find out you're quickly doing it wrong.
Yeah, you're late, right?
You're late, dude. The whole trade was last week. Like, you can't try to act like you were a smart guy on Monday after the catalyst hit. Don't act like the smart guy after the catalyst hit. You gotta act like the smart guy on Friday, and then been like, "Oh yeah."
Show me your brokerage account, right? If you're not in it, I don't want to hear about it. You know.
That's how it happens. Even me, that I talked about it. We talked about it here. I wasn't positioned with it. I tried KTOS and I got stopped out on the swing. So I tried to get in, right? Just got stopped out. But that was the trade that I tried to get in. That one's recovering. That one did do the 89 undercut. Oh, that's a miss for me, guys. I talked about look for this to cut to 89. It went to 89.03. KTOS.
Oh, nice.
KTOS. That's a drone. Now I could play it off the 93, but now I'm risking where my entry should have been. Right? So it's a whole nother ball game to jump in it now, but we'll see.
You can remap a trade.
Yeah. Reduce your size with the new risk, and
yeah, you have to go like half
to
the size maybe to give yourself that range. Right? But it's a good trade overall because drones.
Are you talking day or swing?
A swing. This is a swing because look at the daily chart. Daily chart just
Yeah,
had an
no, I
earning.
like it.
Nice little
I'd use
bottom
it down
in.
to 86.27 is where I see that bigger money position. So yeah, I'm all for it.
A small name in oil ripping, T-Pet. I know that you guys love those little small names out there. So for you small traders out there,
BATL too. BATL
T-Pet,
is killing it, but right now we got the bigger money
a
up above at
T-Pet.
11.14.
I've
So I
halted.
wouldn't
That's all good.
T-Pet.
Yeah,
Let me check it out over here.
halted
Let's
there.
see.
Oh, there he goes. I tried to give it to you before the halt. It was moving just right now. It's breaking 130. We'll see what happens. That has 3 million shares traded. That's what you want to see on a name above
Yeah,
$1,
and
right?
I got the bigger money at 93 cents for the moment on that.
See what happens on that KTOS. If I can get some type of dip back towards the 92s, that's kind of more of the trigger that I can take. About like I want to get closer towards a test down, right? Where did the pressure come in? I'll look to see if I get some type of dip there. KTOS should have had the alert ready. That's on me. And this is why we need the
Netflix,
bot. The bot would have grabbed that
Netflix
one.
really reclaiming. They reclaimed and then boom, sold off.
Yeah,
Really happy in my
mentioning
TLN dip buy. I'm going to look for more independent power producers.
mentioning
VST.
the tanker stocks here, just getting killed from the open. Just gap up, and there goes the profit take. That's again more of the same we were talking about with the
Shut
defensive
down over
stocks.
in, wasn't it a shutdown over in Dubai that they had shut down
Oh man, it's
oil?
it. I
Where was
buddy,
it?
I woke up and
Bahrain.
I got a text from a buddy of mine who's a trader. I won't mention his name, but just said, "Oop, just, geez, dropped
You
my
okay?
phone."
VST
Yeah,
on the dip buy
but
there
he,
in the day trade account.
the text was just, "Bro, they're talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Buy everything." It's just like
The Strait of Hormuz.
every time they talk about the Strait, you buy stocks, and he's been doing it, I guess, for like 15 years. He's like, every time I see that on the news, I buy stuff. And it's been working. So yeah, a lot of these ones are just gapping down. I think just like anything, you miss the move, right? You look at this FRO, you say I'm going to buy tankers now. It's like, oh, everyone's been kind of pricing this in. That's the
There is some different ones that I can maybe bring in tankers. I have to see how they perform, like a DHT. But we're talking, yeah, you can see they're
DHT.
super down, right? Yeah, they gave
Well,
up the
and
whole
they
gap.
and they've
Right.
just been like, look at this chart, right? It's just straight line up for
Mm-hmm.
weeks, right? That's the market pricing in this inevitability that happened, and
Yep.
it happens, and they take
Sell the news,
their
like you're
profits, right?
saying.
Yeah. So it's like we talk about. It's never the news that matters; it's the reaction to it. If it's bad news and the
Corey,
thing goes up, then great. Core
All
weave.
right, guys.
Corey,
Positioning in VST on the day trade, swinging TLN. Those are independent power producers. More of that play, just to because that's a theme that I think sticks around through all this, right? So looking at it.
Core Weave after earnings on Thursday, heavily beaten down. And now, if we can close above 78, this could have a nice big money support there. We've tested that bottom, triple bottom, looking for that.
Damn, with the SPY almost. It's above yesterday's low now and looking to go green. But yeah, I think this is right, Tack. I think it's what we're seeing is a rotation back into the things that everybody's hated for the last couple of weeks now. Can it last for more than a day this time? It's happened a few times before, and we get a day of this kind of rotation back into the big cap tech, and then they just pop right back out. But that's objectively what we're seeing right now. You're seeing, Nvidia green. You're seeing a lot of these big cap tech ripping, and that's what's making the major indices, right, the
Utilities
SPY
leading
do
now.
well. So
In the last
And it's
15 minutes.
interesting with the dollar and commodities that silver again is being manipulated. It's the
RCAT
only
ripping.
one that's down of the commodities.
to be a
Drone
manipulator
player
or people just
RCAT.
selling.
Look at that buy at the open on RCAT.
I'd call it manipulation. I mean, it's the only one that's moving down while the rest of them are moving up. And the dollar's starting to drop off of open.
Well, it could just be people selling it, right? It's been up. What's in the last like 5 days? What's 64? So what? It's got almost a 50% rip in like 2 weeks.
Well, so did gold, and it's still moving up.
Yeah, from what 40 gold had like a 10% rip in the same time. So I don't know if I bought that pullback on silver and I'm at 50% now, and I see it gap down today, I'm out. Give me that money. Circle,
right.
yeah, the circle's looking nice here. That
Our
earnings
cat's on
kind
the right.
of gave Circle a big kick there, and it's been holding really, really nicely after earnings. So, whatever the nerds that read it and end up liking it, and we have Bitcoin I'm watching down there, still kind of rocketing with everything. Hey, look at Bitcoin and just tell me this isn't just the same as any internet company out there. It's just cranking across
Gold
the board.
closing the gap from the gap down.
Trying to dip by here on KTOS for the day trade. We'll see what happens with that. Just RCAT takeoff tells me more and more this might not even pull back. It might just take off here through the 94 KTOS defensive trade that could work. AAOI was moving off of the news from LITE. So you see LITE pull back. That's an opportunity there, man. I'll take a small shot in LITE on this pullback. It's just a crazy pullback to take a shot in, but risk to return here could be really massive.
Yeah, so I'm short that AOI. That's working out very well.
Beautiful. You remember when Beyond was above 200 and now it's a sub penny
Yeah.
stock?
And it was a meme stock for just a second there. It was all the same crazy wackos that you saw. It was all this thing. I saw the same. What's even the ticker now?
BYND, it's the same.
Yeah, it got that meme stock for a second. And
87
everyone was
cents.
like, oh, this thing's going to be back. It's going to be amazing. When it ripped, it ripped like, yeah, $10 for a second, then just faded all the way back down. It's like these guys must not have been around for AMC to get tricked into that one again.
Okay, guys, just dip bot there on some LITE, and I took a measly 2 shares here to try to take a shot on a good risk to return on the swing account.
Nice.
So this is a stock that had really good news. Yeah, it's pulled back, but it's starting to go sideways here. At least it gives me the opportunity to take a shot to see if I dip buy here through the expansion, and it just comes right back up. So dip buying some LITE. I'll show you guys the position. You can see it at the bottom there. These are the swings on right now, but taking a shot there. KTOS starting to fill there. I'll look for some pullback also for the swing, but this is that LIT position, right? We'll see if it starts to come right back here and gives me the opportunity to take a swing here. I can swing all the way down to a risk of 707, right? So that gives me the opportunity to really go for this. Like even I can go to like the 706 here, right? Risk towards 706 there. Maybe it's about 14 points, but the move right back to the upside could easily be about, what are we talking here? We're talking 56 points higher, right?
I like the 714 entry there. We've got a 61% retracement from the low of overnight.
Well, essentially what I'm playing is this sideways candle. You undercut the low and then you recoup it, right? So we'll see what happens there.
Oh, manufacturing PMI already came in?
EST.
51.6 and 54. I'm seeing that's supposed to be in later, but oh no, that's a different one.
It did come in 51.6.
Yeah, so there's
No,
a
not with the manufacturing. Yeah.
yeah, there's like 2 PMIs that come in. So
They're
that's
not done.
so
They're not done positioning.
PMI. So the yellow, the one that just came in, Forex Factory has is a yellow envelope thing, so it means no big deal. But this one at 11 is a red one. Sorry, 11 my time. So 10 Eastern. So you got 7 minutes till the market moves.
Didn't it say 9 a.m. there and it's 7 to 10? Did we spring forward or something? I mean,
No.
why are they
just
reporting in an hour late?
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it fine. I'm seeing 11 a.m. That's my time. So I'm seeing it 10 Eastern.
Oh, really? I see 9 a.m.
I'm on Forex Factory is what I use.
Yeah, me too. And I still see 9 a.m.
I just wonder if
Anyways,
the INDO is just selling here.
We got KTOS, nice little dip buys there on the day trade account. So just trying to ride that up now.
BATL is continuing to sell off as well, much like the other oil trades, closing the gap.
All right, guys, trying to really fill in here on this KTOS now.
Silver futures regaining. Bigger money's at 89, 82 that I see there. SLV.
LITE going in the green there for me on the swing trade. This might be a good little swing trade here. The one that's really been pushing well is the TLN trade. I dip bought that on 5 shares, and it's already just right back up to the top, right? So this is
Michael,
dip
with your
buying those
banks,
independent producers.
we're seeing XLF reclaim the gap a
Ooh,
bit
pushed up.
here. They can break above 51.20, potential to fill that gap. Let's check Bank of America.
Important. Yeah, healthcare has been kind of slowly grinding higher, so that's important. So yeah, if we have banks catch up as well, then that's kind of the trifecta, right? Technology, healthcare, and banks, that makes up most of the S&P 500.
Now leading from the open, you got technology, utilities, communication services, financial services behind that, but still in the red. So I'll be looking at that. Energy is now starting to get back near break even. In the last 15 minutes, it's really started to pick up. So I'm going to be paying attention in the last 15 minutes. Utilities, energy, industrial trade, communications, basic materials. So it seems to me like the technology trade is on a pullback right now. You're getting some action in healthcare. You're getting some basic materials, some utilities really going higher now. Two industries really pulling independent power producers, starting to rip, guys. So tried to give the outlook today that to keep an eye on that. GEV going higher, CEG, VST, NRG, TLN, pretty much you name it in the space. It's getting a nice little push. And that AWK, man, that thing stopped me out at the bottom and is just ripping higher. It just was one of those where, like, honestly, I made a mistake. Like, I wanted to take it in the day trade account. It ended up being in the swing account, and I just kind of got to where I was like, I'm just going to stick to this normal risk that I take. And it's starting to reclaim really well. This is a trade that I can actually look for a bigger size trade to make on that AWK. You don't hear too many people talk about Waterworks, American Waterworks, but just wait. The monthly chart is prime. We'll see what happens. Oof, big rip there in LIT, big rip in TLN. I'm doing good in those swings at least. Trying to ride the swings. Those are up 2%. Target, trying to bounce back and get into the green there.
Yeah, Enphase. I'm talking about. I actually bought some Enphase here right off the open with this new strategy that I was talking about with you guys next week that I might try with the trade the pool account. I got a whole presentation stuff I'll show you.
Oh,
guys
yeah.
later,
I want to see that.
yeah, it took Enphase this morning and it took SEDG. Now I don't have that account yet, so I've just taken them small, my personal account, and both those have been absolutely wicked. So Microsoft long, yeah, I know Microsoft's just been slapped around recently, but I've been adding a little bit into just my investment portfolio, my long-term investment, just because it's Microsoft. It's not going anywhere. You know, it's not.
I like it at 400.
You know,
Did buy an Alcoa there. Did buy an Alcoa, just got triggered around the 63.20s. Like that entry there. Alcoa was really hot out the gates. I'll look for it to get hot again here on the 15-minute.
Nice trade there on LITE, Mitch. I see it's working for you.
Yeah, really quickly into a green trade for me there. And the key here now is just to be patient, right? I think I came at it with a good little kind of ladder approach. I got in there at 17.19, 17.24s, and I just separated the share size that I was going to go for it. And then I knew exactly where I was risking. That's always the key.
Yeah, my AOI, which I guess you said is related to it, it's still dropping, so that's perfect.
Yeah, no, you're talking about optical AI, just to kind of give you guys the outlook there. So optical AI has been a really good hot trade. You know, it's up to you guys if you want to short it. I can't blame you. I mean, that AOI has had a huge pop, right, in the last 3 days. I'm looking for some strength to come back in near the lows of the day and we'll look to see if it pops, right? There's nothing wrong with your trade already. I mean, you've
Okay,
already
another.
cashed, right? A good amount, I'm sure, from the open.
I'd look at it as a long entry here on that pullback and a bounce off of the 33 and a pivot point.
Yeah, that's how I see it too. So it's like a deep time frame pullback kind of buy from the pre-market lows.
It picked up some of the CPRX as well. So I've got 4 on right now, which isn't a lot for me. Right? You guys see me with sometimes 15, 16 trades. So
COHR is one of the
just
names
these 4.
related to it that's doing well. That's also another dip buy opportunity there.
And I see I've got my silver swing position on while I'm traveling. I'm just really managing that. Looking at it, it's bigger money's back down at 81.40. So right at the 4 EMA on the daily. Looks like they pulled it back for a bit of an entry here.
All right, bids on here to get some COHR on the dip. We'll see if I get some dip buys here in COHR. So, of course, I'm trying to play that same play, that LITE, but in a different way. That's Coherent Corp. So just to leave you guys that one.
Coherent corpse, of course. So we've got 1 minute until this. Let's bring up the SPY here. Let's go to a short-term chart. So we got this
little starter there
going on in a minute.
And then I'm off to go update my Florida ID.
There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. You'll have fun. Welcome to Florida DMVs.
This is the second time now.
Do you at least have an appointment?
Yes. I already know to do that. I've got the appointment. I've got all the docs, the laundry list of docs that you need.
The walk-in show is out of this world. Let's just say your local fights start a lot at the DMV.
Nice.
Patience levels are red tape society. All right, on that, I'm going to see you all tomorrow morning.
Have a good one. We will.
One.
I don't have time to catch up, but we want to hear about the Disney Marathon. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Oh, it was awesome. Absolutely awesome. We're going to aim to do the one in January too. All right.
Looks like I might have to get on my running game.
You will. It's a race. Much like we'll put it.
It's a race. It's a race.
It's a race.
The rat race is on right now in the market. Who's getting the money? Who's not? Let's find out. Where are you seeing the strength, Michael? What are you seeing here? I know that you've been keeping up with the bullish action here in the market. It's been a little bit of a mix now, at least from the open. We're starting to trickle up. And the fun part is it's like I thought. Like the overnight action has been the downside, right? And now we're kind of just hanging in here trying to find out which trade is going to lead.
Well, we're in a bull market, right? So it makes sense that big gap downs are going to get bought, and that's what we're seeing. I was just watching.
You know what I'm starting to thinking? Is this the bottom in the software, right? I thought we would get some downside out the gates and maybe some bearish capitulation, but we're just seeing the bullish action there. Are we finally seeing the war trade take away the concern there? Maybe we start climbing the wall of worry?
Well, what we've been seeing from the open is just a rotation into the stuff that they've hated all day, right? This is why the SPY, right? We're about to break new highs of the day. Looks like we didn't care too much about whatever that manufacturing number was. We just kind of dipped down a little bit. Now it looks like we're going to rip and make new highs. And then the reason I'm seeing that is you compare that to the RSP that's, up from the open and not down nearly as much, didn't gap really as much, but it doesn't have that They just came in and just started buying tech hand over fist all day. So that's just not what we're not used to that. We're not used to seeing them buy the names like the Nvidias and the big CapEx and that type of thing. Attacks at me about Netflix. I've been buying a bunch of Netflix because I started to, I know I said I wouldn't, but I caved, of the trying to pick winners on the software bounce. And I look at this and I say, okay, well, Claude's not going to replace Netflix, idiots. Like it's, you're not going to, it can replace a lot of these. It can replace like Monday.com and Asana and all these things. Makes perfect sense to replace. It's not going to replace Netflix. You're not going to wake up and say, oh, yeah, I woke up one day and Claude has just made shows for me. That's going to take a while anyway. So I'm in a little bit around. I think it was on this big reversal day. So I think it was like 83 or so. I've bought some. I'm already going to, give me a little bit over 100 and I'll take some off. But yeah, Netflix just got creamed and it seemed to make no sense. So I did that, and I did SCHW. Is that the Charles Schwab? Yeah, that made no sense to me either when they just beat the crap out of Charles Schwab because of tech things. Like, okay, you're still going to need a broker. You're not going to wake up and Claude's your broker now.
Yeah, I think that was more also the financial worries coming in, right? The credit system, slowdown, consumer, right? Those are all like front run things, right? That's the key that I think sometimes you need to be thinking, right? Is it something that we're seeing really hit the tape now, or is this like forward outlook that's affecting the stocks? When it's forward outlook, it's really not even like anything. It's kind of worries, psychological worries, right?
Oh,
More than quantitative worries, right?
And I always believe that everything that the market's looking at is forward looking, right? That's like my
We're
whole
getting a nice little
philosophy
rip
on the
here.
market.
At least for me, and I know that because look, guys, this is how you know that everything's going well. Every position that I have is in the green. In the day trade, in the swing trade, everything's just green. So we're seeing moments that you can jump on opportunities right now. You might want to jump on opportunities, right? Just keep riding the boat.
Yeah,
I've been
IWM's
testing out a
close to
little bit
flat.
more of a click buy with our buttons, guys. It's been helping me a little bit in telling it to buy bid versus buy ask, right? So that's what I've been doing today. It's been working for me.
Well, especially for swings, right? Usually you can be a
Target
little
takeoff.
greedier on a swing because you can leave your order out there longer. But yeah, we have the IWM about to go green on the day. So
We're
yeah,
getting some push.
anyone that was telling you to panic, right? Find those people and delete them from your lives. 'Cause
Yeah.
they just
Yeah.
they didn't study
It's
history.
positioning, man, and I think that some people just get a little bit overwhelmed. And the big part, right? What started to come down last week that started to be a little bit concerned? ASML. Watch the rebound today. That's one of the significant stocks that moved right out the gates to the upside. So there is a reason why. So look for your pockets of strength in technology. They got a little weak, re-strengthens. Then the areas like I talk about in health, the anchors are now lifting, right? In software, right? As software lifts, that was what's weighing technology down. What's another thing, Michael, that's been weighing technology down? It's Mag
AI.
7 participation, right?
Yeah.
So look to see the Mag 7 try to pick up here. That's
Well, yeah,
something that I'd be looking in.
you
Microsoft, what are you seeing, right?
well, you can even just look, right? MAGS. That's what you have to. That's the one to focus on. And MAGS is almost green on the day, right? IWM just flipped green for a second there. So the small cap stocks are up today, which again, if you didn't have on your bingo card, then you're not watching the show. How many times did I say buy World War III? Like
Oh man,
someone go
look at
back and
that
let's do a super
LIT buy,
bet
baby.
on.
That LIT buy is looking great now, guys. Man, sometimes you get caught with one like AWK. I didn't strut that one a lot. It's back to 750s entry from 722.
MDY, I'm seeing also just flip green. So small caps and large caps or mid caps are both green. So now we just need small caps that are only down 0.2% now. So pretty much everything across the board has been doing great, right? RSP, you can see here, trying to catch up, but the SPY down 0.25%. And at one point we were down like 1 point something percent. So this goes green and stays green. I think that's the important thing to note. Closes green today. I think you're in for a bit of a face ripper over the next couple of days. If
So
close green today.
what's also happening is now we're getting an everything up move, right? So now you're getting your defensive names to come back into play. The name that I'd be looking at in defensive areas that could still make an up move, NOC, names like that. You're getting the defensive trade to actually go green here and lead industrials to the upside. You got basic materials ripping to the upside. So now you're getting that trade starting to get strong. I have aluminum. I'm already seeing a lift there. Coal. Now I talked about coal being a sneaky one. BTU starting to take off. I'm going to try to grab some.
SPY is just about there. I'm leaving this up to watch us go green. To remind everybody to buy World War III. I don't know how many times I got to say it.
I thought that's what you were gonna come in here with, man. I was
Yeah.
waiting for it today, man.
I
You,
well, and
you, you
I
you calmed me down a little bit there. I was coming in with my real buying shoes on today, but I can't blame you because you were like, maybe we can get a little chop because that's what we've seen a lot, right?
well, yeah, no, it's again,
But
and
I'm with
when
you on the buy the war, right? At the end of the day, it was a matter of how much we were going to come down and when we were going to rip up.
right, and that's why I grabbed these three different reports, right, just to show you
Yeah,
the day one can be choppy up or down,
yeah,
but by the first month, everything's up.
exactly.
And again, ignore this one because this I think it was COVID. Soleimani, I think that was the same time as COVID, so I think you ignore that. But the yeah, so by a month, everything's fine. So if they do dip it, again, you just this is how. So if you guys want to know how I look at the market, it's just that, and AI has made this so much easier because I just went when I saw this, I just opened up Perplexity. I find is good for this one because I can grab it, and I just said, "Hey man, go." I said, "Go back for the last like 30 years, find every time that there's been a U.S. engagement day one in the Middle East, and just." Show me what happened. Show me what happened. Here, make this chart for me. I didn't make this chart. You can even see the perplexity blending,
The
right?
takeoff right now, man. It's
Made
time
with
to cast
perplexity.
some KTOS. Really making money for me here, guys. I'm up over 1,300 on that, guys. Up almost $1,400 on KTOS. That dip buy that I described at 90s and 89s. Just imagine if you had that entry. I got the 93s, but it's still just climbing up here now on a takeoff. KTOS, I talked about this trade here last week. Yes, I might have got stopped out on the swing, but the only thing I can do is give you guys trends, right? We're not here to copy off of Michael and I. We're here to show you guys where the strength and weakness. And that's one of the things that you'll always see, whether Michael is focused on the system side or me on subjective, like kind of trading and themes and sector rotation. We're still looking for relative strength and relative weakness, right? So, clear example here, a stock that had bad earnings, right, gets hit down, but then the catalyst comes in and turns the boat. So, up like $1,500 on that trade now and looking really good, right? So, let's keep it going, guys. KTOS
Yeah, we've
ripping
got
here.
some
I'll add at
healthcare.
95.
There's the IWM ticking back positive on the day.
This is a dig down day, man. You see me gassing
XRP
pedal?
bounce.
Look, it's one of these days, guys. It's one of these days. It's one of these days.
I've been caffeine free since like the beginning of the year now, and it's finally not starting to feel miserable. Like it's
Well, this is that type of
taking
day,
a while.
Michael, so I'm sorry. This is that day where
Have
the
at it.
guys on Wall Street make their money. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yes, there was.
Michael, talk about that because I think that's important. People don't realize there's very few times where money is really made. I think right now is one of those times right now.
Well, and yeah, and you know, I was talking with this. I think you were away when I was joking with Jane. You better believe those interns that we keep joking about with Goldman Sachs for calling in. They get your ass
They
in
were
here Saturday.
working.
We are going to, by the time we feed you, there will be lists of stocks to buy because we know what's
Oh
going to
yeah.
gap down. And that's the moment that everyone goes into the office on the weekend and just starts doing heavy research and says, okay, let's go back just like I did. Let's go back in history. Let's find out every time that this happened. Let's look at what stocks went up. Let's look at what stocks went down. And yeah, and they looked at it and say, hey man, this isn't really a catastrophic event. Let's just buy them. And that's what you're seeing off the open. Because if you look at the SPY, there was no give back there at all. We opened and look at the size of this bottoming tail on this tiny candle. So we moved down just a little bit and then ripped higher and have just been ripping higher ever since. So this is very buy programming. Someone right from the open said, let's just do it. Let's just get into it. Let's just buy it.
All right, just watching the trades out there, guys. I think we're going to get like maybe quick pullback opportunities here as the industrials lead the rally. Basic materials right behind that. Financial services now ripping higher. Energy ripping higher. The only thing I see in the red in the last 15 minutes is healthcare. So that tells me more and more. Green light go all around. We'll see if the defensive areas hold. Those are starting to get green. So I'm being very careful with Target. I'm even thinking about putting a break evens on target because when I have all green light go, I need to stay where the green lights are like taking off, right? Not staying where it's kind of being held back. Relative strength. If I got to get rid of target, let it go, right?
Yeah,
Because the other positions will make up for it.
I'm still watching UNH here, right? And again, I'll take the
Looking to sell
UNHG
KTOS in the rip.
just because again, healthcare looks great, and if we can get over this area, that's what I'm looking for. Into the 300 or so. For those people, again, I've still waited. I've asked many times to show me proof of this, but I hear people saying gaps need to fill all the time. Again, no one's ever sent me.
It's a little back and forth, right?
I'm
It
like,
doesn't need to fill, man. It's just areas to target. Let's be
well,
honest.
that's what. So, but if we get into this gap, maybe it's one of those you can get it at 3, and then maybe it goes 310 or something. So these aren't like huge, like a 10% gain is kind of what I'm looking for. So you take UNHG, that's a potential 20% gain, and it's a much cheaper stock and all that good stuff as well. And just taking a look there, right? Another one, close your ears, Mitch, that I was watching again is Oscar.
Oh, good Lord.
I made some good money on that last time.
No, I
and,
think it might be time. I hate it so much. It might be time for me to grab it.
Well, that's what, and it kind of looks the same as UNH, right? Where it's, if you take, put this chart in your head and put UNH where it's got that high and it's just been fighting it. So it's got to get over like $14. So this one, if it can, that's great. I actually just looked on StockTwits. They must be doing, StockTwits like highlights the symbol purple when they're talking. So they must be talking. They must be doing something on one of those events.
Added there on COHR. Guys, I'm gas pedal right now.
Yeah, so a couple of these names are starting to look interesting from the healthcare space. And then, of course, there's the best of breeds to look at in the healthcare space, like your Eli Lilly's, names like this, right? If this can get above this kind of 1,060 area, that might be interesting. I really like this long-term chart on Lilly. I think this is one of the best looking ones. I had a great trade on this, I think, last year. So I might be looking to take that again, but it's just a bull flag, so it's got to do.
And there's some catalysts to play. Just to kind of add to your trade idea, Michael, there's Alzheimer's drug that should be released at some point later in this year.
Okay.
And I think that's really key. If Eli Lilly can nail the Alzheimer's drug and nail the weight loss drugs, this company could be easily double where it is right now. So
damn, yeah. Well, it's a big
those are
problem.
things that you think about, right? When you're trying to play these, you want the best of breed. This is best of breed. I think you and I would agree, Michael. Best of breed stock right here. Another one that I like is AbbVie, but you guys heard me mention that plenty of times. The stock just looks great. And sometimes it's just the charts that speak to me. And when charts speak to you, you got to look at that. Look at that one today. Nice little trend line break. It's been right here, pulling back, trying to reload at 230s, 232s. Not a bad area to look at for AbbVie.
Yeah, and people might look at it and say, well, I don't know enough about that. What's best of breed? And I just encourage them to look at the charts,
understand that.
Right? If you zoom out on Lilly, right, it's obvious.
Yeah,
right. They love this thing. It does a long time of congestion a couple times, but this was a $200 stock in 2023, so that's a 4x return from where it was. That's amazing. So, go to these. And then, note that with what I'm doing with UNH is kind of the opposite, right? If you zoom out in the same time frame, this one's been beat up a bit. So that's why if I was doing a long-term trade, it would be kind of an Eli Lilly. And if you want a short-term trade, then it would be something else. So, right, let the market guide you.
We're seeing the worry of wall climbed a little further, Michael. So I always focus on industries, right? What are you seeing in finance, capital markets, and asset management leading the upside? Then that financial data and credit services. The areas that were hit hard are bouncing strong out the gates. What you want to do if you're trying to shore up the concern in the market. So that's going to leave room for further upside in technology. So I'd be looking at names that are leading in tech and see if they can continue to drive. Nvidia being one of those names, right? That's up now 3.4% from the gates and pushing strong. ARM Holding pushing right back, right? So we're starting to see a push into some of those big boys too. Microsoft now almost to 400 today. And it's been a move straight up 15 minutes out the gates. Still looking for some pullback there to kind of play in. But I think we're starting to see some Mag 7 shift. Google is the next one on my alert to take a look at to start seeing if we get lift. Amazon already pushing almost to 209. So you're going to start seeing Mag 7 ideas. Tesla on the radar here. So there's trades to be made, guys. We might see a shift go further into growth names if we see this continue. So the defensive area is one name to be careful of.
Yeah, RSP continuing to climb here. SPY trying, right? It's this a slow grind, trying to get green on the day. And then IWM holding green. So yeah, across the board here, XLF has been very interesting here from the open. It was down almost 1% at some point. Now it's getting close to even.
Quick
Interesting.
downside there in TLN.
Good day for a lot of the the day trades out here too. I think I'm up like $200 and a couple trades since I mentioned the last X-ray. So this one, it's pulling back into this huge candle. CLMT taking a short on this one, and CPRX. So we got 6 open now, and I think most of them are green. Yeah, all of them are green actually. So good for me. AOI continuing to bleed there. And same with silver. Silver's an interesting bounce and looking to sell. Me and Jane are on opposite sides of the silver there.
Yeah, I think it's the 50% retracement look for the shorts.
That's what I was mentioning, right? It's come back up just shy of it and then fell off it. Again, I'm just using those two historical analogs, saying, silver's done the parabolic rally and sell off twice, and neither time was good. That's not a lot of data to go off of, so my conviction rate's certainly not high there, but it just seems like a decent little trade to say, okay, well, if the last times these happened, they've kind of fallen apart, then, maybe it'll happen again.
Alcoa pulling back a pretty good amount here might get me out of this trade. Just looking to see if it can recover. It's like on this third support try, so it needs to recover right here, right back through 64s. If not, I'll be getting out.
We got Bitcoin continuing, right? Bitcoin's been just rocketing here. 68,500. Look at that.
The shore up. The shore up here, right? That's what you're looking for, a shore up. Bitcoin, definitely one of those names. So BitX might be a bet for me. I just need a 15-minute pullback to 15. Give me a move to 15. I'll let you guys know. I'll take the shot.
Well, and let me grab because you got to look at the whole story too with Bitcoin, where when the bomb started here, Bitcoin had this kind of dramatic sell-off, right? Let's see, like a 30-minute chart here. So this includes, right? This is right here. This is what happened when kind of the war started there. Just a dramatic sell-off down to 62,000, and then just kind of got bought up all weekend. And now by getting through that price now, and now we just have to watch here, which is 69,000. That was the last time we bounced. That was where we got into, is that 69,000 area. So through that, we could start to recover. And, again, Bitcoin doesn't V-bottom, but we've been down here now since the beginning of February. So we're talking about a month. So it might be time that we try to reverse, and maybe we try to get back up to 75, 80,000, something like that. That'd be an interesting bounce. Yeah, today IBIT's just up. It's showing up like 5%.
All right, getting some pullback here, and so trying to just weigh in everything, right? Keep an eye on the pullbacks to see what can lead here, what's going to continue to lead to the upside. So real estate and communication services, now financial services on the upside in the last 15 minutes. Started to see pullback in basics, industrials, and technology. So these could be pullbacks that are getting bought, but we are seeing the pullback come in.
Yeah, IGV is looking to work here. So it's gap down today. It's well green now, up like 1.5% and pushing higher, breaking out to new highs here. So it very much feels like everything we hated over the last month, we're buying it today. IWM pulling back, getting a little bit of a pullback here in the markets. 5-minute pullback on some of these names.
Nope.
Let me see if there's any
Some
tweets.
buying coming back in there. There's a little back and forth right here. 10:30 shake, right?
Oh, Trump to speak on Iran conflict at 11 a.m. Eastern. So just as we're leaving, just FYI, and this dude can say anything so just be careful. Right? He can say any words to spice up anything, so just be careful.
Some quick buying come right back in there. So let's see if we start to see a little pickup here.
Yeah, so that tweet came out a minute ago. And anytime, so I use Walter Bloomberg, and he puts like the little siren alert thing to anything that's new and potentially market moving. So just be careful.
Owl starting to push there. That's a good sign there for the markets. Asset management pushing higher.
Oh yes.
So that's right off the low too. So if there's any day that, like, let's say like a big boy could step up here, they can use lows to kind of jump in there off the 1008s. And then today's bottom, 1007. There's a reason why it's that close. That gives what? Big money the ability to position, right? When it's that close, you know dang sure you can go buying down there and have some type of risk management off of those lows.
Yeah, and this is the kind of chart that I like. Like I'm actually going to look at this one closely today. I very much enjoy the gap down and then go green, which is it's going to be, if the market continues to hold, it's going to be the whole market, so it'll be hard to pick. But that's one of my favorite setups. And just for a quick trade, and the reason I'm bringing it up is there's an example just last week on this one, right? Gap down, close green. So if you bought that close, you had another 2 days of up action that you could have played. And it's because I'm not one, even as the CMT, I don't create mystical technical analysis. It's just, you look at the sentiment behind that, a gap down, a close green, that's generally going to be done by institutions. It's not so much by retail traders. Retail traders mostly chase gaps, and you'll see institutions more or less fade gaps. So if you have that gap down, that closed green, that's really interesting. So like, my HIMS trade, even though it hasn't been like the greatest, I haven't even looked at it today, but it was the same thing, right? It was a gap down and then a sell off and a closed green. I'm still in this one just because I've got to stop at under the lows here, but it's that kind of setup. It's because the gap is usually caused by some type of news, and then if that can reverse, then great, right?
I think this is a good one to look at, right? Just keep looking around, guys, for names that are starting to kind of change tunes, right? And look at that action, right? Another thing, like Visa, right? Like your MasterCard, or the names that were really beaten up in the credit services, like American Express. If those can stay green, those can start climbing back. That's how you climb the wall of worry, right? Another name that might be a nice little opportunity. We know that PayPal might get bought out, right? Well, it's been getting hit because the capital credit services have been getting down here. So if you believe in all that mess, maybe you could dip by PayPal here at a discounted price because of news, not necessarily action there. Seeing the bid really come into Owl there, I'm going to go ahead and take a shot on the day trade, right? Not the swing just yet. I'll look for pullbacks for the swing. But if it just wants to run now, I'll take it on the day trade. And I'm taking it with good size here because I'm able to do it on the 5% rule.
I'm watching this little pullback happening here in the market. See if buyers step in right away. That could show us that the appetite is certainly still there for stocks, because we've just given back just a little bit.
I'm seeing some defensive names start to push a little bit. So like my target is really starting to push. I'm just trying to hold on here to levels, right? This is why it's so important to have not chased on the action today, because if you chase, these pullbacks wipe you out. Seeing Owl go right back to that 1054. I'm thinking about adding here now. If it starts to break, let's say towards 1058, I'll go for an add. Day trades in the red. I did get a little bit of that bid X, but I'm just down a tiny bit. It's just hanging out here. I would like to add on it. I don't have a big position on there, just like a little starter there. in BidX, but it's just holding on really well today. And it could just be on a little bit of a take run. So let me see if I can get a little bit of some pullback there and then look for the rip higher above the 1570s.
Well, IWC just went positive there. That's our micro caps. So now we've got micro caps, small caps, and mid caps, all positive. And then large caps, right? We got close there, and now we're coming back just a bit. But it can't do it all in one shot, right?
Nope.
Not going to see something gap down generally the SPY 1%. And rally all the way back up. So that pullback is happening just kind of across board. Could just be, profit taking. Right? People come in and say, man, if you bought off the open, you're up nearly like 1% already. You just take that money. Yeah, talk about end phase. Let me check on that again. I haven't. This is the strategy that I talked about on my Twitter. You can see I've done some work on it, and the one that I may do a swing account with. And again, I've done all kinds of cool stuff with AI that I'll show you guys someday soon. Yeah, and that's the good point as well, right? Is that the reason these private equity companies were getting murdered is because they all have SaaS in them. So if the bleeding in SaaS is over, then that would mean that a lot of these private equity companies should just bounce because people are no longer afraid of Claude coming and killing everything, which
Taking their lunch.
As soon as that CEO, he was on, I saw a video of him, and he was saying that there'd be no lawyers and no accountants in 12 months. And I was watching that video. I'm like, you just jumped the shark. Like, that's okay. Yeah, there'll be some job loss. You think all lawyers and accountants are going away in 12 months? You're an insane person.
The accountant one, I could see really getting hit. The lawyer one, a little harder. I think accounting really isn't that hard, guys.
Yeah, but are you gonna let an AI?
What do you think
make
they're
it so
doing
you
at
don't get
Block?
audited?
What do you think they're doing at Block?
Oh yeah, no. Like again, they're gonna use them, but he's saying no. The only way there's none is if your grandma is opening up Claude and telling it to do its taxes for them, right? So
But what I think is going to happen is, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not going to be a complete turnaround from, but I think the human accountant that used to get paid, like, let's say, a good amount of money is going to slowly start to see the deterioration, right? But it's not going to be immediate, right? Like, you're right. It's not a 2-week thing. It's a somewhere down the line thing.
And I know I've told this story before because I talked to my dad who was an accountant. He's retired now. And I show him this because, in my freak out states, I'm like, man, are we all doomed? And he's like, no, this reminds me of when Excel happened. He's like, there's no less accountants after Excel. Excel made an accountant's job a billion times easier. Like, he's like, before you had to do that stuff by hand. He's like, when I started to be an accountant, I had to you'd sit there with a calculator and you'd type in and if you screwed up once, you'd have to go back and do it again. He's like, accountants made us infinitely more productive, but there's way more accountants than there ever been. What happened was the accountants that didn't learn Excel got replaced entirely. So I could see now maybe you have a shop that does everyone's taxes, and yeah, maybe there's less employees in it. Maybe instead of a 10-person team, you need 3. And that's going to suck, and that's going to create a lot of job losses and things like that. But it's not going to zero. There's not a world anytime soon where people wake up and say, okay, Claudebot, do my taxes for me, and just trust it and not get audited to hell by the government. It's just these people will use these tools. They'll become infinitely more faster, and they will need less employees. So they'll start to replace the lowest rung of the employees.
Yeah, I think the thing that we need to be thinking about here is not necessarily whose job's getting lost, but what business models are being changed. And that's why I keep bringing that up, guys. I brought that up since the very beginning to describe the software issues. It's a matter of business model, not necessarily that, that all of a sudden everything's broken. No, it's just the way that the businesses used to have an approach, because it was more focused on humans coming in, needs to change. Now, computers are coming in, right? So how do you change the business model to still make money? That's all it is.
Well, and it's the same reason I also bought CrowdStrike. I think you are off your rocker if you think Fortune 500 companies and banks are going to start having like a 20-year-old kid vibe code their cybersecurity. And if they do, what will happen is one time, one of them is going to get hacked because this guy just vibe coded their cybersecurity. And then you'll see CrowdStrike rip right back up, right? It's,
Yeah.
you
The
know,
problem with that is I think the CEOs from the big companies have actually been doing a disservice to software because they were out here rooting their chest out like Microsoft CEO saying that like, oh, well, half of our code's written by AI now.
yeah.
And he sees 75% or 90% coming.
Well, and
Comments
like,
like that
and again,
really start
I'm
stacking,
not saying
right?
no change with any of these things, right? It's because like it's going to be way easier for a whole bunch of other cybersecurity people to get together and create a competitor to CrowdStrike now that AI is a thing. The some of this stuff, there's definitely the value of what they're selling is going to decrease because there's going to be more competition and maybe a mom pa company gets their 20-year-old nephew to vibe code their cybersecurity. But again, giant Fortune 500 companies, again, absolutely not. So yeah, it's like anything, right? Everything's changed. I think I see this is just going to be an old man rant, but I see it more with young people who have never been through a technological revolution saying this is different from anything that's ever happened before. I'm like, bro, you don't remember an age without the internet. I do.
But
It
I've
changed
been in the
everything.
builder. I've been in the builders game here, and I think it is change. Yeah, it's exactly like that one, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly like that one. But I think there's also massive opportunities here, Michael. And I
Well,
think
and
that
the same with the internet, right? The
you
the internet
know
replaced way
it's time
more.
to make money, man.
Yeah, the internet, the internet did everything that people thought the internet would do. It changed the economy forever. The iPhone, right? You wouldn't have Uber and DoorDash and all these things without the iPhone. And yeah, so they change, right? The only thing that scares me a little bit more about the AI change than anything else is the speed of it. It's harder for societies to adapt when it happens faster, but they'll adapt nonetheless. And this was I can go to my Twitter. I actually have this on my Twitter. Harvard did this big study about how all of these companies that are using AI and whether or not they are replacing workforces to do it, and they found no, absolutely not. They found, yeah, here was a study. AI does not reduce work; it intensifies it. An 8-month study, U.S. tech companies with 200 employees said AI did not shrink work; it made more. And it's the same. I've noticed the same thing. I use AI all day. I've got 2 agents working on my computer now 24/7. I'm not doing less work. I'm just doing different work. I'm managing them as opposed to doing other stuff. And again, I'll show you guys whenever we have the time all the cool stuff that I've been building. Um, but it's like anything. It's like I'm not doing less, right? I'm doing more, but I'm doing way more. So I may be working 20% more than I was before, but my output is like 150% more than it was before. So again, I just think we're, as a society, yes, jobs are going to change a bunch, but we're just going to end up doing way more work like we always do. We always just do way more work. The people that are early in this and understand the AI and know how to prompt it and whatever, they're going to be hugely successful. The people, like, I would be worried if there was someone out there who's not using AI at all right now. I think you are
There's tons, man. There's
getting
tons.
replaced, right?
There's tons, and this is why I think it's all about leaning in and building. But I also think that there's opportunities here to even make money, right? Like I know there's a lot of traders here that are traders that struggle with capital, right? I know that we've
Hmm.
been building trading, and that's always a great way to build your capital. But don't miss out opportunities to like catch like trades, like business opportunities that are expanding now. I think there's major opportunities to make money here. Watching Tesla start to rip. I'm watching the Mag 7 start to look good here. That's my trade right here, guys. That's where I can be a trader and quickly flip. I don't need to be negative the Mag 7 forever. At some
Hmm.
point, I know they're going to play back in. I don't want to miss the trade. Today's a perfect day where all of a sudden you're like, you look back and you're like, what the hell happened to Microsoft? What happened
Yeah.
to Google? What happened to Tesla? What happened
They'll
to Nvidia?
right? So you hit your MAGS, right? Yeah, and at some point, even if it's just a
Maybe
profit
it's
taking
mags.
rally,
Maybe it's
right?
mags. I like that mention, man. Maybe it's
Right.
mags, right? Maybe you say, I don't want to pick a winner. I want to trade the ETF, right?
Well, and I think there is. Let me look, but I bet you there's a leveraged
I'll trade
mags
that. I'll trade the
leveraged
mags. I'll just trade mags
ETF.
overall. Need to risk about $1 here.
Yeah, MAGX, if you want, is a
MAGX.
MAGX is a 2x leveraged
Oh,
mags ETF, but
thank you, thank you.
it's
All right, liquidity is really bad, but we can still
yeah,
play it. You just have to risk the dollar down. It's all about the risk and return here. I think it's about it's a little bit more than $1. It's about $2 down type of trade, right? So like 10 shares. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do 5 now and look for pullbacks, right? So
and on the London exchange they have a 5x leveraged.
think the volume is so low in that MagX. It's
Yeah,
not even worth it. You can go
unfortunately.
with the mags. The mags is a little bit better and getting a little bit of volume today.
Yeah.
And I can risk that dollar there, right? So I like the trade. I'm gonna go with about 20 shares and try to risk that dollar.
Oof, end phase. I just looked at over yesterday's high. And again, this was from this strategy that I talked about last week. If you were not on the, if you weren't here, again, I'll go over all the nitty gritty someday when it's a less busy day. We'll definitely.
This is a
I
fun day, man. Fun
yeah,
day to trade, man.
I've had it build me PowerPoint presentations about how this is going to pass the trade the pool account, and it's got like I had it build me Excel documents for trade tracking and journaling. It's actually was really fun. I just spent some time this weekend. The kids were still sick. I spent some time in
Utilities starting to lead again, guys.
yeah, just
EG.
clacking
Yeah.
away with Claude Code and built some really cool stuff. But yeah, it was Enphase and CEDG that I bounced. So
XLU looks good.
the exit for these, just FYI for the swing, if you're following along, this is based off, I think it's Larry Williams, either Larry Williams or Larry Connors. I can't remember, one of them. The 2-period RSI strategy, right? So it was a buy because that 2-period RSI was oversold on this candle. So we bought it on today's open, like right at the opening print. And then we will sell when that gets oversold, whenever that is. And that's the scary thing about the strategy is there's no stops, there's no profit targets. You just sell when the RSI gets oversold again, which if it continues to go could be tomorrow at this rate. It's got about a 70% accuracy, which is great, but it has a negative risk reward. So
All right, trying to grab 179 NRG. So I'm going to put 179 and 178 on pullback buys for NRG. This is a independent power producer name. I'm looking for more independent power producer action here, guys.
TPET, yeah, TPET did a weird spike there. And this one's actually, if this is an oil name, it's doing better than the rest of them. Because like INDO was the one that this was the #1 trending thing on StockTwits this morning and just kind of fell apart. So this TPET is holding on better than the other oil names out there that just kind of gave up the ghost right from the open. Oof. UNH. I'm watching Oscar down there. It's getting UNH getting frisky here, so I might buy some of this as UNHG. Just nice strong candle there. I'm just looking to see if this bull flag on the intraday chart resolves higher, and then I just buy it and hope it gets us through this area right here.
What's coming back up here also, OWL. So I'll watch for that as a good signal for the financial area as a nice proxy to see if that goes higher, right? And once that starts to rip, I think the market also says, hey, the wall of worry, right? What we're looking to see here is a trade called the wall of worry, right? How much are you willing to shake that wall of worry? That's your software names. That's your credit services name. That's your asset management name. So we're seeing the climb of the wall of worry here. this is an important trade not to miss, right? That's why you see me so focused today. I've been like, all right, well, if it's going to be an energy drink type of day, if that's what I got to do, I got to stay on top of my game today.
Trying to find who coined that.
Another important thing to do, don't worry about posting on Twitter about wins right now. That's the least thing you want to be worrying about. Just focus in on the price action. Go make the money, and then you can celebrate into all you want, right? So,
saying it's Nathan Rothschild, 1810. For those who don't know what we're referencing, right? This is a very old quote from 1810 of the market climbs a wall. The market climbs a wall of worry, and it just means that when markets bottom on bad news, is another way to say it, right? The market never goes, okay, the news is good, we can go up now. It's always when things look the absolute worst, then that's when things generally bottom and start to kind of look around and turn around. Wow, over 69,000 in Bitcoin now. Still,
yeah, I think
rocking.
BitX is awesome. I have BitX. I'm really lifting off in that one, guys.
Damn.
The account is just making money today, and I think today's a day where you put things to work, right? Because by the time we come in tomorrow, this could already be a sell, right? So I'm just riding the positions and just trying to, if anything, add to winners. Now that Alcoa is starting to rip, that looks like a nice one that I can take a little ad here and look for some bid like support. So I put out some bid support near my entry, let's say like 43.40s, and then I just see if I get a bid fill. If I get a bid fill, that's cool. Mag S looks good. It's starting to lift there off that 61.40s. That tells me that the big boys are lifting. We're getting Bitcoin to lift. We're getting the wall of worry to come down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the target for UNHG, I don't know. I don't like targets, especially for discretionary trades because I don't have them tested. But the idea is simply we're looking to see if it can get to like the low end of this gap. So that'd be like 16, 17 bucks if that happens. I'm also looking at Oscar as well because it just looks the same. No huge gap down in Oscar. It was more of like a bleed, but kind of looking the same if it can get through this area. I can't do it on this, but I did it on this chart right here and just anchored a VWAP to this prior high. And you can see how that's acting as resistance. So if it got through that, and then UNH, I did the same thing where I just anchored a VWAP before the gap. And you can see that we're making it through that now. So there's some good relative strength there in UNH. So those are kind of ones that I'm just watching, I'm looking at. And then we'll see, I may open the account today, maybe. I don't know. I've talked to the boss. And then we'll start doing the swing trade ones as well, because of course I wish I did it today, because I would have had N phase off the opening print, and I would have CEDG. That I think is another solar one. Solar Edge, yeah, off the opening print. Both those did nuts.
All right, thinking about adding to the mags trade, but my thing is to risk off the bottom. So any weakness I want to be able to add, and I want to add into that weakness. So I'm just going to hold on that trade. I think that's a trade to hold for a little bit of a wild trade, right? The mags trade. We'll see what happens to the mag 7 here. Of course, leading is Nvidia. You have Microsoft. You have Meta. You have Tesla ripping higher. Amazon ripping higher. They're all in the green from the open. That's my telling sign.
Yeah, and we've got, so Mags is positive now on the day. SPY still not quite there, so we're getting pulled down with something. And then RSP still down 0.5%. So it's just showing us that this is, right? We were pounding the table pretty much the entire year of buy things that aren't the Mag 7. And it seems like, at least for today, who knows if it'll continue, but at least for today, that's the complete opposite, right? Ignore everything that's not the Mag 7. And buy everything else.
All right, the one I'm going to be a little bit protective of is that LITE trade. It did undercut my trade a little while ago, but I don't have any stop on. But if I start to go red again, I'll probably just cut that one because it's a little bit more speculative buy, right? So we'll see what happens. LIT. BST going in the green in the day trade. I have just 2 trades slightly red. Nope. Well, 1 trade now. The other one went to the green, COHR. I'm starting to see that LIT start to lift again. That could be what's weighing in on CHR. Bitcoin up 2.2%, and it's driving there, almost 16 now on BitX, and you're getting a nice drive on Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin, and I'm seeing it. It's not just, it's all crypto too. Like Ethereum's doing well. I wonder MSTU and BMNR, man, like, yeah, that Ethereum chart's nuts.
Marley, you can't
MSTU
have nightmares on today. This is the day to dream big, baby. Dream big.
ripping there. Oh, yeah, MSTU. This is an interesting chart to me right here. This guy, the leverage Ponzi. Do I pull the trigger on the leverage Ponzi here? Like, I hate to do it because it is a Ponzi scheme. However,
It's a good trade right now.
it's looking interesting.
It's a
All
good
right.
trade, dude. You know, it's one of those where as long as we can continue climbing the wall of worry, right? So how do you do that? You make everything go green in technology. There's only 3 industries in the red today in technology, and they're starting to get back up, which is computer systems. If that can start to take place, and like let's say electronic computer distribution, but that's a really small area. So I'm looking at computer systems here to see if those can go higher. You're talking your SNDK, your WDC, but we are seeing sell-offs in those areas. So that's like the only weak area I'm seeing holding back tech right now. Your Dell going higher there, though, is one of the winners in the industry in computer systems. All right, guys. It's an interesting day, man. What a day, man. It's 10:50. I'm going to start reviewing now because I have 5 positions on, 5 positions in the green in the swing trade account. Trying not to get too crazy with it, right? Trying to focus in. And then as things start to really lift off, take some profits, right? Because I think it's also a day that you can pay yourself as you make money, right? If you're noticing you have a lot of little small positions in the green, it's also a day where you can certainly take certain ones and just kind of pay yourself as you go, right? If you're seeing big green, there's nothing wrong with paying yourself as you see it kind of lift off. KTOS is going to be trying to be my big winner of the day to really drive my final return.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to buy this MicroStrategy up 14% today. I'll see what it's at after lunch. Maybe I'll buy it into the close. But this is so what I'm looking at right before you do your wrap up. Just UNH and then Oscar to see if these things continue. I pulled the trigger on some UNH and we'll see what happens from there. And then I'm also watching this MSTU. Just if we're going to get this rip in Bitcoin, if Bitcoin's actually going to find somewhat of like a local bottom here, then you're going to get that relief rally in MicroStrategy that's just got beat up so much. And, you know, let's just say it doesn't do anything crazy. It just gets to where it was at the beginning of the year. So it's flat on the year. That's a nearly a double from where it is here. If you're taking the leverage one, that's pretty wild. And then the thing I like about these trades is they're easy. Right, if we're under $4, it's time to go. So
They're selling off Apple and they're picking up Amazon and Google here. I'm gonna look to see if Google can make a rip towards 307 here. Of course, Google probably be best of breed in tech. Really, remember we were just at all-time highs in Google. So who knows? Maybe Google strength coming back in here off the 305.
yeah, well that will right. That's the Mag 7 that we were chatting about. It's the MAGS. The fact that that went positive and we still have the RSP down 0.5%, I think is really all you need to see. Right, just showing that this is the area they've hated all year. Well, they love
Staples
it now.
starting to turn.
Right,
Staples
they love
starting
it
to
now.
turn. I might get rid of my target here. I'm just going to put a break even. I'm going to let it work here today to see if maybe target just runs here, but it has earnings tomorrow, so I would have to get rid of it on the swing account anyways. So I'm just going to put a break even here and just let it work. I'm starting to see Staples break down here, Michael. XLP starting to break lows here. That could be a shift as we start to see more and more technology shift up. We could go back to growth names, right? Doesn't have to always stay in value. I'm seeing that shift starting to play. I like to call that early for you guys so that by the time you see it on CNBC at the end of the day, you're like, oh, well, Money Mitch was telling us this as it was happening, right? That's what CNBC doesn't give you that you get on this show. You get that intraday action look, right? So I'll be looking to see if we see staples start to collapse.
Yeah, MAGS is just looking great here. That's free. Yeah, and then just going across, right? And my swings or day trades, really good day for the bots. Up what, $165 here, and really nothing new since the last time we talked. I don't know if I'm out of buying power. Oh no, still got tons of buying power left, but pretty much everyone I think is in the green, which is rare considering that these strategies have like a 50-something% win rate. But I'll take it.
Here's one that I tried to grab on Friday, got cut out of, but maybe you guys can keep an eye on it. SMCI, I think, is the one name that I could start to take a look to see eventually when you break the range back up towards 34, 36. I always try to call those names out for you guys that have been like kind of hanging out here and could get hot. Keep an eye on that in the next day or two to see if you see SMCI with a big breakout. It's a fun day today, guys.
Yeah, it's a interesting day. Someone asking if we're on all day. No, we're about to wrap this one here. We put on a scanner for you guys a little later, and then we're on every day except Friday. And then tomorrow and Thursday, we go a little bit longer because we got some guys, some small cap focused dudes coming in. Great dudes that that carry the show and keep going from there.
Yeah, and tomorrow, guys, we will probably be starting up a little bit later today than our regular kind of around 8:30's time here. So just to kind of mention that, guys, I do have an interview that I'll be getting into. So got a Trader TV to go to. So I'll let you guys know a little bit more about that, of course, and what timing tomorrow.
Cool.
Got to go and tell them about how they've been missing out, because they have. If they're not getting the trade ideas here, they're probably missing them. We're nailing it on a lot of these trade ideas. Looking for these independent power producers to come back into play. Big pullback there in KTOS. There could be some reloading. You're starting to get some pullback action in the SPY there. Finally, a little bit of some pullback coming into play there. We'll look to see if that kind of can hold, but everything's kind of green light go right now.
All right, so just a quick wrap up of the market, I guess, before we take off is, we're pulling back a bit here. We've entered a range on the SPY, and I think that makes perfect sense considering you've got Trump coming on to yap about stuff in a bit. So huge surge off the open. A lot of sectors turned green. Some sectors didn't, but definitely big tech leading the charge there. And now we're in a range. So the question is, it would be very disappointing to everyone if we give this back and we end up rolling back over to the lows today. That would obviously be the big bummer. So hopefully he comes on. Doesn't scare us too much, and we can continue to break out from here, because if we do end up breaking out through this this range that we're putting in on the SPY, that would put everything pretty much green on the day. So that'd be very interesting if after everything that happened on the weekend and all the fear, we turn green. But I think that's just up to Trump and whatever he starts ranting about at this point.
Yeah, and I think that you'll be hearing things that he wants to end the war fast. That's one thing that I'll be looking for. And if he wants to end the war fast, then maybe this is overblown, right? Maybe he says that I could see this war ending by the end of this week. He did say 4 weeks or less. That's what he keeps repeating. But let's see if the tone changes here at the interview. Of course, that's going to start at 11 a.m. Don't miss it, of course. We'll give you guys more action and, of course, keep up with all the action that Michael NOC does on his Twitter, at Michael NOC, right? Just
Michael NOC,
CMT. There you go. Don't miss that part. Haha. Got to give my man his flowers when he gets supposed to. And then, of course, you guys can follow me at MoneyMitch_TTP. We'll be covering the markets and keeping an eye on what's going on there. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us. I'm going to go ahead and just start to wrap it up here. It's been a wild ride, right, today, and we'll continue to see what happens. I think you're going to get a little shake here right before Trump comes on. That's kind of an expected shake, right? But
Yeah.
just be smart,
Trump
right?
always gives a
A little bit of a shake
shake.
here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
A little bit of a shimmy in the algos. What happens is they go wide and they start to hit the stops and then come back up a lot of the time. So be careful here with getting too big right before he comes on, because you could see some widening out of the market makers and kind of like collecting some liquidity, right? So that means what? Just be, aware that you could see that expansion of range all of a sudden and then a move actually happen, right? So wish you guys the best of luck. Get after your trading. We'll get you guys over to the scanner side now and keep the
See you
party
tomorrow.
going.
Peace.
Welcome, folks. Hey, I'm Steve, and I'm with Trade the Pool here. It is Power Hour, and we have a heck of a one to talk about. I don't know if you guys have been around since the morning here, but things are looking a little bit different than they were pre-market. We had quite a strong push right from open. Very definitive action there, pushing us up through the previous pre-market highs. So that means we have reclaimed the big old gap that we formed overnight. Big old gap down all the way down to 674. You wouldn't know it right now when we're trading at 688, and that's a very key level. I hear my cat banging at the door, so got to let the boss in, and then we're going to get into it. All right, that's better. So, guys, you might see these big lines across the screen here, these yellow lines, this red line in particular that we're just trading up and over. Well, that's no coincidence. That is the middle of the range. So we got to watch real close. We got to see what happens. What's up, Michael Ryder? Oh, that's a couple hours old. That's from previously. Well, good to see you in here earlier, Mike. Hope you're in again. Hope you've been having a good day. Anybody who is here. And I wanted to pull this up to an hourly chart to show you guys just where we are. We are trading through that middle point, and we are well on our way to a V shape here. So we love when we find liquidity deep in a range and then are able to hold. So I got to zoom out just a little bit more to give you the full range here. From the very low, we want to mark that, as well as the very high. So if we mark from the very high to the very low, bear with my slow computer here. There it goes. We will see that where we transacted in the morning was just under this yellow line, this 0.786 fib. So this is often where the bears will take it down to, into just under this yellow line before they can run it back up and get a nice rally, a nice counter trend rally, or a nice rating the bottom of the box rally before sending it to the top. So another area of interest is this little bottom wick right here that we swept again very neatly while still maintaining the low created back here. So we came back out to retest where we kind of popped up, down, and then really rocketed out of. So that kind of higher low there. Hey, Talk, good to see you, man. It's been quite a doozy of a day. I opened my account in the morning, was none too happy about a few of my positions, but you know what? I checked it right in here before I came on stream. Things aren't so bad. So I'm going to go back to the grid here, and we are going to talk about a few of the names that I've been watching. And excuse me, because it does take just a few seconds, getting some lag. But we're going to be getting some charts up here for some stuff that's really interesting. In the middle here, uranium, having quite a day today. These guys also have rare earth metals exposure. So nice to see them popping so strongly out of the gates, consolidating nicely, and then really starting to push with conviction here. So this is a level that I'm watching, this 23. Could see that it kind of formed an ascending triangle, with this being the top, the resistance here. Tried to pop it, undercut, popped it again with a new high. So now I'm trying to watch and see if this thing needs to come down a little bit, or I think it might be ready to have a nice run here. So SPY in the top left, I'm going to put that back to a 5-minute chart because we just need to see how it interacts with that 50% fib. And I'm going to redraw this as well. So what I care about right now is going to be the more immediate range that we had on to start it. Okay. Bear with me here. My computer's not happy with me today. I'm fighting all of the AI slop for that RAM, you know. I think the AI slop is winning here. Okay, there we go. There's the range. And as we can see, we surged above it. this red line here. We came back tested it pretty cleanly, pushed off again. Bulls want to basically sweep over this previous wick, just kind of giving them one more kind of accolade to look back on today, even if we do close a little bit lower here. So this is a very key level, guys, this 688. Before we go to the grid, I got to show you the daily. One of these days. Trust me, it's worth it, guys. Okay, there we go. So very, very key level. It is no coincidence that we are wicking down from here. And if you need to look for a spot to hedge, then this is very likely your spot. Into this moving average ribbon, I think we do come down here a little bit before we make our decision, likely tomorrow. So very, very logical place to expect some pullback from. That being said, very strong V. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. I was pretty darn bearish this morning until we got this incredible move. And now I'm just waiting to see where we're going to close and how we react with this going into tomorrow. So this 687.50, very, very important. And you can see that yellow the yellow 21 day SMA. Zoom in even more here. Yellow 21 day SMA, the blue 9 day SMA, as well as this white one right here that we're testing. And this is going to be our 50-day SMA. So 687.29, right where we are right now. This is going to be the support we're trying to contend with. And I would expect some compression in here before a decision is made. As we near US-China meetings, a lot of posturing. Talk, do you think that we are ready to buy some BABA? It's getting pretty cheap. It's one name I want to talk about. On the bottom left here, by the way, FCX having a heck of a recovery day. It's been loving to do this thing where it knifes out to its 9-day moving average, 9-day EMA, then just miraculously seem to find a whole bunch of buyers around there. So I'm still in this one, still holding, and I believe that it's going to keep on cooking. Let me pull up a daily chart for you while we talk. And yeah, we can just see. Let me clean that up, get those numbers out of here. Come on, computer, don't freeze. There we go. So as you guys can see, this is a real clean respect of this rising 9. And this is like very, very textbook for my system here. So we got in on the hold of this 21 and then added on the reclaim of the 9. And this was the first spot we got to re-add. I just added a little bit. And for me, I actually just took the scalp off there. But I have a big position of FCX, and I still do want to try to find little spots to get leverage on the trade, just because I think that this thing could explode upwards pretty soon. It's got this kind of squeezy look to it where it feels like it's just going to keep riding these moving averages. See how it does this? Just riding that 9 all the way up. Very long pattern of that. So as long as this kind of pattern maintains again, now that it's traded around it, consolidating sideways, now if it's ready to keep riding this up, then I think that this is how it would look, right? It's consolidating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days right up into this all-time high. And I think that it's got blue skies ahead of it. So definitely keeping a close eye on this one. I'm seeing it as a rising triangle type thing here. So it might come down again to the 21. That would be a nice entry. But otherwise, just waiting for this thing to break out any day now. Crowd over Pan W. Interesting. All right, so first I wanted to look at BABA. Then we can look at some crowd. Some crowd strike. But this is interesting. So BABA finally posting a green day. It's been just bleeding here. It's down 15% in about 4 days, and I think that is egregious. So I'm going to pull up my other chart just for a second. I'll get that for you ready on the other screen because I want to show you the price history on BABA and just show you one area of interest, which I think we're trading into. IGV sector up. Yes, absolutely. So it's about that time. I think that We're starting to see potential bottoming in the sector. We can pull that up as well. Just getting some ideas here ready on the spread or on the grid so we can talk about them as they come up. I do just want to keep being mindful of SPY here as we're into this critical period. Like I said, trading all the way back up into those moving averages. If sellers were waiting for their time to step in, I think that they just found it. So I want to get to the 5-minute chart here. Fight my way to the 5-minute. There we go. So we can keep an eye on this. And yeah, that's a pretty hefty sell candle there. So why did we think this would happen? Coming down a little bit, just basically trading sideways into such a major level after such a strong push makes me feel like they got to air it out a little bit. So another thing here, this is just kind of structurally unsound. This is nice, this flag, the push is nice. This is fine, but this, kind of look into this, it gives us this kind of lurching price action where we come up and down and up and down and up. And it just gives this really jagged kind of price action that feels very unsustainable. It lurches up, down, up, down, up, down. 3 pushes up is often going to be when you need to kind of heal the poor structure, so to speak. So I'm just doing some doodling here, seeing what I see. In general, this is just an unsustainable trend, so it needs to break down a little bit and probably reset by testing some kind of more meaningful support. So we see the volume profile on the side here. The big node is where we're testing right now, and that being located right around the higher time frame range equilibrium here. That makes sense to me as well. So tomorrow we're definitely going to be watching the 685.50 handle. 686 to 685 is going to be that high volume node that I would expect we kind of pin around, oscillate around until we make our decision. So definitely keep an eye on there for hints on the direction we break. I got to say, this is one of those situations where if it occurred intraday, I would probably short it. I would also probably be sweating bullets thinking, hey, maybe I'm very wrong. So I think that just the message that I was talking about in my newsletter kind of holds true in that we are in a holding pattern until we lose the bottom of that range, until we break out of the top. Got to kind of play mean reversion in the box. So buy some dips every time we get low until we really break down low, and just try to be buying those in names that have relative strength. So if we are right and it is a mean reversion dip buy and we do end up resolving higher, well, then we're in good names anyway. If we're a little bit wrong, and this thing keeps breaking down, well, I keep telling people, if we get a nice pop back to the middle of the range and start to show weakness, well, that's a spot to hedge. So I hedged a little bit early today. I saw us stalling out right into this equilibrium, and I just hedged right into the equilibrium. So now, a couple hours later, my hedge is break even and just hanging out there, All right. AVAV has earnings tomorrow. Oh, those drones that they use for AVAV. Yeah, we saw the incredible move on ONDS actually get given back. So that's really interesting. We can talk about that briefly. And then I want to look at Kratos. I haven't looked at Kratos since the morning, but that one was an incredibly strong move too. It'll be interesting to see if all those gave the moves back, and if so, whether they present some opportunities here. All right, well, this loads. I'm going to... Oh, there it goes. All right. Got to grab water in just a sec. But for now, we can talk about this ONDS and how it just kind of gave back the entire move here. Oh, and then some. Woo. All right. ONDS bulls, you're not in the clear yet. This is the kind of move that we really need to watch. If it pops 20% and then fades that whole move, that's probably telling us something, that this move is not ready to stick, and there's a lot of short interest in this stock, and it doesn't have the juice to really, really stick that move. What I want to kind of just see for confluence when I'm thinking about this is, okay, so KTOS, this one is still green from yesterday, but it is not very green. So I do like that it came all the way back down to the close and then just ripped from there. Topping action in pre-market with this 3 spikes high, that head and shoulders just falling off the face of the earth there, but it is recovering all right. So I'm going to pull up a daily chart to get a better feel for where we are on these drone names. SPY doing its best, and we do love to see this hold at the 685 proper. So the first come down of the test from that 688 handle, got a little tired in the moving averages, came down to the 685. That's where all the volume is. If we pop up here, we can kind of trade, just mostly trade sideways, I would say, more than anything. But I do just kind of think that we might be building a little bit of a neckline here. So what we might see is a little bit of a pop in a right shoulder, and then work our way down into the close. So back to Kratos here. It's a very interesting chart. So I was looking at it prior to the weekend, and I couldn't decide whether this was a valid bottoming process or if this thing was just digesting before going lower. And you know what? It still is a little unclear to me. I think we swept higher than 106. Let me check the 4-hour chart. I'm trying to kind of read this consolidation pattern into this major level. Because if this catalyst wasn't enough to hold the pop, then this thing might need to flush out significantly. That being said, though, it's just coming back to the scene of the crime here. So I do want to see if the buyers hold steady. I'm noticing, yeah, a good amount of volume there. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. It couldn't reclaim the middle of the W, so to speak. Draw that W out. But this could very well be on the table here still. Target would be roughly somewhere in this area. So this is still a possibility if it can hold this low. I don't hate the risk to reward here. And I think Kratos is going to be the highest quality one to do this on. You did talk AVAV, so maybe that actually is going to be better. We should take a look if that's a more relevant catalyst there. See, that's wild. It's interesting how this Iran flashpoint caused some stocks and sectors to sell the news and others to hold very stable. For example, how are the energy names holding up? So my energy hedge was PBR, is PBR. I actually didn't sell this morning because it came down pretty hard before market opened, and I said, hey, I still want this hedge. I don't think that things have settled down very much. So personally, I think this is a buying opportunity in oil. Crazy pop here on the oil equities. We came back down, and I mean, Exxon's trading about where it was before this all came about. Yeah, silver flopped this morning. Pretty whack. I am still in my silver trade long. I'll talk about that too. I think it still is okay, to be honest. But not a fun day. Not a fun day for silver bulls. That being said, we are to prices we haven't seen since 2 days ago and still holding the base. We talked about it in my newsletter how I added at 80. It was a little early when I added, but then it recovered very nicely. And we just kind of came back to the scene of the crime. So I got filled after hours, one of these candles here, flushed under, then big move up. Did I take profit? No. But my target's higher, and I'm not in any rush. So I think this is still valid. Still holding the bottom of the range is all I really care about. That's where my alerts will start triggering, saying, hey, you got to make a decision here. So until that happens, I'm pretty fine. Pretty fine. Just weathering the storm here, a little bit of a storm. But we are still finding buyers. And if we zoom out even more, feeling kind of okay. I think it's possible at one point that we do need to come back down to that 72 low volume node if this 7750 doesn't hold. So I am watching for this. This is the last place I would add. My stops would all be under this low, and I would cry if they got tagged. But I do believe this trade resolves upwards because I think that we want to reach up into the gap before we're done. I don't think the precious metals trade is over. I see loading. When I see these big bottom wicks and then a big gap up like that, big bottom wick, I'm not convinced this is done. And I see this volume gap overhead. The one thing that's making me think maybe precious metals need to cool a little bit is the fact that Bitcoin and Ethereum are doing so well. So that's one we're going to talk about pretty quickly. First, I just want to touch base on the market here. What do we got? So first off, SPY still holding that 685 handle. We're going to keep on keeping an eye on that. FCX after making the new high of the day. Where's it going? Just a nice little descending flag back to moving averages. Going to keep an eye on this one. I think it's still good. Another name that we added to this morning, AA. Done a whole lot of nothing since my ad. But I think this one's on its way up and out of the space as well. I'll pull up a daily chart. So AA, pretty similar look to FCX here in that it's basically in a multi-week flag. It showed an incentive to go higher. It didn't break the top of the range like FCX did, but it did sweep over this middle area. And I think it's a middle of a W. Trying to find my arrow to finish this pattern. There it is. This kind of W action. What I really like is that it's riding these moving averages up very nicely. So that was the area I was looking for it to hold. It came down there, screamed out of here. And I chased a little bit, to be honest. I got in at like 63.50-ish, which is basically where we are now. Just because I knew this was a big pivot between 63.50 and 64.50, which I'll draw out. It's roughly like that. So I'm watching this negotiation. I'd really like to see it close high. And I think this thing's just getting ready to kind of curl on up. So the cool thing about AA, Alcoa Aluminum, is they're kind of a multifaceted play in the sense that, if the economy is doing good and we have a lot of good sentiment for the data center, hyperscaler type names, well, you need a whole lot of aluminum to build data centers. On the other hand, they also have land parcels from failed projects. I don't know exactly what kind, but basically they have parcels of land that are very viable for data centers. So they're planning on cashing in on this AI trend one way or another. They made progress on, I believe, one or two of their deals, land deals will close this year. This just provides more cash flow. And I think that this is a company that you want to keep an eye on, just because I don't think we're going to need less aluminum going forward. The last thing I'll show you here is the weekly chart. It is very pretty. Just a huge explosive cut pattern, smashing up the right wall, consolidating in this high and tight flag after an explosive move. So a high and tight flag is a 60% or more move in about 4 to 8 months, and then about 1 to 3 months of sideways price action, maybe 1 to 2 months. So this is definitely taking its sweet time developing this flag, but it still is acting right in my book. So I think this one could absolutely explode up to the 75-ish kind of area in a week or two. Don't want to hitch a ride if it is. So we talked about Baba very briefly. I do want to give it a little more credit because, man, it is at an interesting spot. Yo, Larry. How's it going, baby? Made a bit, not a lot. I'm a little red today. Still because I'm mostly in swing trades, and I didn't really lever up that much at open. So that would have been nice. I'm like treading water. I'm basically flat. Don't cry for me. I'm pulling up a chart on my other screen for you here. So this is going to be the Baba daily chart. And I'm actually going to make it into a weekly chart. So a few things of note. Make sure I'm on log here. There we go. Always have logarithmic on your charts. Otherwise, things will not make much sense when you're looking at moves with or charts with big price moves. So I will have to redraw my channel here, but I'll walk you through my process here and tell you what I'm seeing. I am seeing basically 3 big flags inside of this big upwards channel. Let's make this blue, nice and easy to see. There it is. So within this big channel, we have had 3 periods of compression into the lower edge of this. So the first time here, compression into the lower edge, set the channel as it surged up, came back down, and found these buyers again off of this 50-week or 200-day moving average. So on the daily, this is going to be our purple squiggly line there. Purple squiggly line. So historically, when it's lost this, it usually does it with some force. And then the reclaim offers a very, very good buying opportunity. So here's the first time it lost it. There was a one day there, it just looked really ugly. Separated probably 5% from that moving average, 4.5%, 5% from the moving average, closing the ugliest candle you ever did see. Opened at the high, closed at the low, lost everything you could be hoping for, right? You know, lost this channel, lost the 200 day, all hope was lost. Well, lo and behold, it just needed to kind of do a oops reversal. After a few days, it found itself right back at that moving average, pushing up, and then it surges like crazy. So now we have to think about the environment we're in. This time, we're doing a similar thing, gapping under the 200. This time already showing some buying strength, though. So where did we break out from horizontally first? Well, this is a level where you saw we just started surging. I just want to look at the other side of my chart and see if there's any symmetry there. So for this low, did this engage with the previous level, breakout level? And we see right here it did as well. It coiled under this level before surging higher. Right here, coiled under this level, surging higher. We'll do it once more down here. And see the exact same thing there. Whoops. There it goes. Coils here before surging higher, comes back to where it coiled, surges higher. See this stair-stepping pattern, guys? So now I'm finding myself very, very interested in taking some BABA here. So ideally, we'd get the 134 handle here, but I think that we're getting pretty darn close to a buy. So now we can think about the context. Now we can think about the context here. We have a meeting coming up. We have 4 planned this year between Xi and Trump. So each one of these can be the catalyst that shows the market that, wow, China has a lot more leverage than the market is kind of thinking about right now. A lot of people don't realize these tariffs have not hurt China, not meaningfully. Since the tariffs have been in place, they've increased exports significantly. Their economy is doing quite well, very resilient. There's always, it's always subjective. There's always going to be China doomers. I simply am not one of them. I've made too much money being bullish on China when others are bearish for me to not do the same playbook here at the same spot. It's worked twice in a row now for massive plays. I want to run it back, guys. I want to run it back, and I think it's very close to ready. So I'm keeping an eagle eye on this 200 on a reclaim daily close. I'm starting to load in that BABX. I saw somebody mentioning that in the chat there. Yeah, the Chronos, Bob X, last Jan, top 10 trades. Hey, we were in there together, brother. We were shares buddies. All right. So Baba, very interesting, very compelling on my watch list. And of course, just adding to these beautiful Latin American charts. So that being said, we did have a little bit of a oops breakdown. We were hoping this was an ascending triangle that could just surge on out. Got the little whoops through here, but if we can recover up at the neckline, I can look at this as just a new extension of this base that's building out before moving higher. ILF, by the way, is the Latin American ETF. And as you can see, this is why I'm bullish. It basically looks like the Brazilian ETF. So we've got a big descending base, big descending pennant for multiple years, I believe going back 10 years or so. It doesn't show me on here. Where's my time axis? All right, we're going back to the Trader Evolution. But yeah, it's definitely very compelling and looking very similar to EWZ, which I am in and want to add more. So many reversals today. Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to keep track. I do believe that most of the things that I'm looking for to hold. So a lot of the commodities, I think that they are going to resolve upwards. SPY, I mean, it's really question or making me test my thesis here today about the fact that it did seem like we needed to kind of expand downwards. Maybe all we needed was to expand downwards pre-market, scare people out on the low volume, and then this was enough. I definitely can't ignore the bullishness that we're seeing today off of the open. But again, just surging back up to the areas of interest at 688. And in the morning, it surged up to the first area of interest at 684, the gap fill. So bulls have made great progress, and now we want to see if they can hold that over the 685. For me personally, that's the area of interest. But until we're getting daily closes over our moving average cluster again, I have to keep my hedges on. I have to just respect the fact that this thing could go down. Right now, this kind of, it feels like it's a short to me, just intraday. I'm not taking it, but this looks like a 5-minute bar, like flag pattern here through this underneath this bear flag structure. So I would be a little bit hesitant on assuming that we bounce immediately today, and maybe we get some shake and bake tomorrow too. So give me 20 seconds here. I'm just going to run and grab some water, and I will be back in just a flash for the second half of Power Hour, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, fellas, let's get back into it here. So for SPY, what are we watching? For me personally, I am watching this 50-minute on the 5. Let's get to the 1 minute though. Really get in there. So I mentioned this flag structure. I think it's starting to break down. Going into the 1 though, I have to say this is the potential for a little bit of a bottom. And just watch this structure. So in a vacuum, this is a lower low, a nice sharp low, into a nice higher low that's more gradual. So we call this an Adam and Eve bottom. The fact that it is occurring off of this high volume node, off this middle of the higher time frame range, not a bad sign. So I wonder if we pop a little bit, like I said, and maybe make that a little bit of a head and shoulders here. If we came up like that, you could call it a retest of this bear flag reclaim. You could also call it a right shoulder, and this would be the left shoulder. So those are two. That's one way that it could play out. The other way is that it could surge and consolidate above this, what do you call it? Top of the W here. Consolidate above here and actually push off of the space. Like I said, I am biased to saying that I think that this eventually does resolve down. I just think it might need to pop a little bit first. I don't love what I'm seeing here for intraday bulls. That being said, can't expect too much. I mean, you already got just about a $10 move off of open. Pretty wild. Yeah, 78 to 88 there. Pretty wild. So EWZ looking very similar to that Latin America chart we showed. No coincidence there. In general, I like that this one held the downtrend a little more. Could be another rising flag like we're seeing on SPY. I'm hoping it's more of an ascending triangle like this that just got a little bit of ahead of itself a few times, but it's going to hold this structure. This low should hold. This 21-day should hold, and it should yeet on up and out of here pretty soon through this 40 handle. My target is 42 for this initial move. Okay. Yeah, light is insane. Light is absolutely insane. I'm like so scared to even try to get involved, but I know that I need to pick my spot because I don't think these are done. I think, well, yeah, okay. So my thesis was that these names were flagging. and that they would trade sideways for at least another week, I wanted something like this to come down to the 21-day moving average, because this thing hasn't had a chance to get bought off the 21-day since it was half its price. And I think that's kind of BS. I don't know about you. I think that this thing could come back once and provide a nice buy area for the next leg. But if it's not going to give it to me, it's not going to give it to me. Just insane strength. So this is one where I have it in a basket where if the market really does flush out, these ones should flush out 20 to 25%, and then I get my entry. Can't buy them here, though. So light, that counts as one of them. MU and SanDisk, these are looking, oh man, so ambiguous still. So I think every night we're just watching Kospi to see if that train can keep going. As long as Kospi, which is the South Korean index, keeps going up, that shows that SK Hynix, Samsung, these memory titans are basically guiding the way up still, and there is still room for repricing here. I do believe there's room for repricing. I am not sure that this one doesn't need to flush out to the 50-day. If I could buy some Micron here off the bottom of the range, scare the pants out of everybody, think the AI trade's completely over, and we get an entry in this box, well, I'd be a happy camper. Tell you what. That being said, if it comes down here, it's not going to be a fun, easy trade. It's going to look like it's breaking this low. So I want to see this trade sideways for a few days at least, so that by the time it might come down to this 50, the 50 is rising up towards the top of this box. It can undercut and reclaim the 50 without losing this low, and that would perform. That would tick the boxes I need for a higher low and for a valid high and tight flag re-entry there, I think. No talk. They released those. All right. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm imagining it and it's making me laugh already. All right, so we are doing our March, shoot, I forget, our stock mat. I think I'm going to call it stock. Okay, I don't have the exact name. I know it's not the name of the very well-known basketball organization for obvious copyright reasons. So when I remember the name of the competition, I'll let you know. But it's going to be so much fun, guys. All March here, we are going to be captaining our teams on Thursday here. We're going to be picking our teams. You guys can pick yours as well, who you want to follow. You can also make your own team, and the team is going to be a combination of the top 10, I believe, top 12 or something, mega cap or market cap stocks. So on a week by week basis, we are going to track our progress in a round robin type thing, just like the famous basketball challenge competition that's going on. So we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be doing a seeded thing. So it's going to be a blast. Keep your ears to the ground there. We are going to be rocking and rolling with that this week. And as always, just keeping more fun stuff here for you at Trade the Pool. The idea is if we can make education fun and keep you entertained while you're learning, well, that's half the battle right there. So speaking of which, yeah, we did some basketball cards. I look like I'm on the 70s Celtics team or something. It's awesome. But yeah, I'm gonna catch some flack for that when that hits the internet, when that makes its rounds. I guess it has, so I'll prepare myself. That sent me. All right. Okay. Yeah. Joe's coming in clutch with the little advertisement there. Feel free to click that link to learn more. We got a beautiful landing page. Shout out to our awesome graphic design and UI artists over at Trade the Pool. So getting back to price action, what are we seeing? We saw this 1 minute consolidation trying to reclaim these moving averages. We're getting full screen here. I'm just not seeing it. It could not break the base of our little thing here. And therefore I have to revert to the fact that I think that high time frame, we need to come down just a little bit. It can bounce a little bit more if it wants, but I'm just not seeing the juice yet that I need. As always, we will play what we see, but I'm just seeing this 50 moving average, this white line here being the guide. So when this algorithm turned off, we dropped like a rock. Till we reclaim it, which we rejected the first test. Systems are not go for intraday trading to the long side. You can also see the white line here, is it my 50? Yeah, it's my 50. So this 50, as well as this 200, when these come together, you got to really watch, because that can set off like a little bit of a algorithmic explosion here, where if the buyer is buying every time off the 200, so he bought here to catch it, came down, he starts buying again, and then there's a buyer that turns on when this 50 gets reclaimed, you get the kind of dual boost, boom, 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 and that goes until we lose that algo again. So you see, for like scalping, for like high frequency trading, this is kind of how they do it. We can look here again. We formed a nice bottom, but once we kind of cleared this, it was like no sellers until we get extended, find higher time frame sellers. Then we come back down and we test this. Tested it twice. That algorithm's still holding, but right here it turned off. See the difference? So caught boost, caught boost, reclaim boost, caught boost, caught, kind of grinding. So it has less momentum now. It's not these big sticks right off of it, but still some big sticks, but it's kind of grinding. But then right here, we lost it. And this is the confirmation. The retest failed. So now that, has to air out until we get the reclaim. So really, when we're in these kind of sideways holding patterns near a high on one time frame, right in the middle on another time frame, we just got to keep watching what the short time frame stuff does until we kind of get the confirmation on like an hourly candle or a daily candle that we need to feel better about the high time frame move. So for me, if we can reclaim this, then perhaps we close the day back up around 687, and that changes my outlook on the daily close, on the daily stick there. There's my man, Michael D. Ryder. What's going on, baby? All right. I had an okay start. I'm a little bit red. I'm pretty sure by tomorrow, everything will be green. I'll be up to green on the week. I nibble a little on my swings. I didn't go hard on anything super high beta, though. So, for example, I bought some more XLV, which I think I'm red on. I think that's holding me back. I thought XLV was ready to make its move. It failed the breakout in the morning. Failed this breakout in the morning. Failed the breakout yesterday. So, rebasing, I think it's still valid. I think it was a soft fail, not a hard fail. And if we do get some more selling or sideways action in tech, we might see this name really start to cook. So rough candle today, but keeping it in perspective, it's still my kind of technical setup that I look for here. So you'll see this a lot with my plays. 9-day moving average after it started kind of respecting it and coasting up. The idea being that if I'm right and this is an ascending triangle, then it's a matter of time before we break on out. And I look at this as once, twice. You could argue this is 3 times, and this is either 3 or 4 times testing this 159 level. It's knocking on that door, and when it's ready, these moves can be quite explosive, even on a boring old index like XLV. So basically, seeing this exact setup here. So ascending triangle, makes a high, comes up, makes a new high, comes down, makes a new higher low off of these moving average clusters. Then you have 3 or 4 days right up at the neckline where they're respecting and finding accumulation of buyers off of that 9-day. I'm hoping that we're in a similar kind of place here, up in the corner of the triangle, respecting the 9-day, starting to find some traction. I just need to see some volume and a tick through this 160.16, and I believe that'll set off the powder keg. Pretty darn close. We're seeing nice volume accumulation in this area too, seeing a lot of candles posted above this equilibrium. And seeing a nice buy candle. Where is it? Right here. And so whenever I have a nice high volume green candle, I kind of like to draw this level out horizontally as well. So especially the body of the candle here. So first we're going to draw that and just see if that respected. So in this, it tapped it a few times here, especially this time, found the buyers. So that kind of represents, okay, on this day, a lot of volume came in. When this buyer looked at his account a week later and saw, oh, price is coming back to my cost basis, I'm going to add. And that worked. So he's a big buyer that fish are following. I like to do off the body of the candle since that's where most of the volume usually comes in. But you know what? in some situations, it makes more sense to do it from the top too, especially if this was a day where a lot of the volume came in towards the top of the candle, which we would assume is going to be bullish, resolve bullish eventually, because that price acceptance is happening at the top of that range. So when we draw that out this side, we see a couple more tests where it's pretty clear every time it goes back into this, there are bottom wicks. And we also see when they pushed really deep on this day that resolved green, I do believe it held the low. Yeah, so it held the low of the high volume day there. So I think this one's due for a move up. By the way, guys, this hour's just flown. We have 3 minutes till the mock candles, so be sure to get ready to close anything you might need to. Very strong today. Let me pop to a daily there real quick. Larry's excited about BATL. I got to take a look at that. Does it have a chance to hit 1650? Well, let's find out. Larry's ready for battle. How about you guys? Let's take a look at this chart. Battalion Oil Corporation. All right, that's a name. That's something to invest in at a time like this. Wow, okay. Strong move here. We are going to take a look at a few things here. You really don't sleep on this one, guys. I think this one for a swing looking very compelling. Not saying tag in right at the high of day, but you know what? It's at the high of this base. Any inside day tomorrow off these moving averages tags me in, I think. 2250-ish or so. All right. Real quick, I have to close one position. Give me 10 seconds here. Un momento. All righty, there we go. All set. So Battalion Oil, we have the previous pre-market high. It is testing. It looks like it wants to go higher. So we're going to mark that out. The first swing high and as well as that second intermediate swing high pre-market there. So that's what we're digesting. We surged above it, found sellers, found buyers to stabilize. We're watching these moving averages. Looking good to me. What you want to see is the higher low from 1168 hold. For me, that would be my stop. Hard stop under 1133. If not, there's a chance those could both get run back to the VWAP, to be fair. So maybe I'm a little hasty in that because this is probably going to be a bit of a wild mover. That being said, been very trendy, been very algorithmically getting bought up here. So for these type of charts, I like to look at that 1 minute. And remember, there's our mock candle right there. Mock candle just came in. I'm pulling up SPY in the top left here again. All right, looking like a mock buy out of the gate so far. Trying to push on up out of this little consolidation that we're talking about. And it's starting to kind of carve out more of an ascending triangle base than it is poor structure. So the longer it accumulates near the neckline here, the better I feel. And we'll keep watching. And silver, a decent recovery on there as well. I don't think these names are done. And I'm seeing this a lot on metal names. We have sharp sells. And then we have like kind of just this kind of curve up here, this curl up. The same thing on FCX, this curl up. I think these names want to go higher. Okay, so the mock sell or mock candle could not break over that 200 that was kind of forming the neckline and right back into purgatory. Okay, Mike's looking at some fast movers here. TURB, STAC, and RXT. He's got his eye on them when the bell rings here, so we're expecting some after hours movers. I'll hang out for a minute or two. We can watch those. That sounds fun. Okay. 9 minutes left. AA doing a whole lot of nothing into the bell, airing out just a little bit. That's okay. So BATL on the 5 minute, or I'm sorry, on the 1 minute here. You got the sweep high. It's contesting with this 50 minute right now, kind of looking a little heavy into it. But we got to watch and see if it can kind of keep holding what it looks like the equilibrium of this newly formed range. Yeah, equilibrium right there in the newly formed range of 1270. We want to see beach ball underwater. Under that, we want to see any candles under 1214 revert bullish very quickly. That would be a stop run candle. Anything showing weakness under that 1214 likely needs to sweep the 1175 and probably go back down to VWAP there. That's what I'm thinking there. Really loving the recovery on silver. Feeling very good about holding that. But, you know, I'm in from low, so I'm okay with some volatility. I kind of want another place to get in lower. Any petroleum-based liquids will go up in price. Well, I kind of hope so, because I'm in PBR. So I like the Brasilia names as well. So I'm getting a little dual exposure there in the Latin American markets, as well as the oil markets, as well as the dividend scene. These guys have a good dividend. And all right, that's a good daily candle. PBR, it was trading up at the 18 pre-market briefly, came back down to 1750, then found more sellers right before the bell, flushed out nicely. I'll just show you on the hourly. Why am I talking about it? There it goes. Big spike up. Mean reverted back up to the equilibrium of this candle. Just showing you these algos work all day long, every day. So back to the 50%. They swept up into the golden pocket of that newly established range, said, nope, we are not ready to break high. We need to break the low of this range. Where's the next area of interest below this range? Well, quite simply, the opening price. So there was that gap there that came back down and filled in pre-market. There were clear buyers here showing that this was valid support. We're ready to push on higher. That's being confirmed today, I would say, with the push off of there and now the reclaim of our new 50% range, I do believe. If not, they're getting getting close. So watching this 1750, definitely a clear pivot for PBR. Assuming we do get assuming we do get the reclaim here and start digesting our way on up, I would expect 18 to 20 pretty quick here. Going to a monthly, we can see that's a major swing high. There we go. Get this out of your way real quick. And there we go. We can see our resistance, this wick on the monthly candle. So I'll go back to the hourly to show you how that interacted. See, we breached it. That's a good sign. Came back up, tested it again. We had to flush out again to previous support. We caught this previous support. We're now pushing up. I think that we want to push a new high here and reform this range going higher. That being said, if we do get up here again to 18 and 1830, I have a decent amount of contracts spread out from March to July. So I will be starting to take some off up there. That's the play. That's the plan for me. Okay, guys. SPY did get the pop of this 200 minute. So reaching into the internal liquidity from this previous sell. I think that this is still bullish and we're still digesting higher. Like I said, I like the hold here. I thought it was going to break down, but it's starting to look like it's curling on up. Ascending base. We finally got the break of this top that we were looking for and a good push up here. Just getting a little more granular. Curious about how we interact with this push up. So see, we consolidated at the equilibrium of this high to low. We're tagging up into the fib, and you should see those algorithmic sellers popping in here. Then we'll retest here. Then we should try to guide up here. Then this is the kind of the juicy area for a little mean reversion. If you're down here saying, hey, I think we take it long just a little bit, and then we decide up here whether we're selling it down again. And like I said, that could be the right shoulder playing out on the 1 minute. Or we could say, nope, no right shoulder. We are going higher. And then we'd probably surge up to this 688 again and close somewhere around there, maybe close right above. But ideally, bulls want to see a close into that major moving average. That being said, a close over the daily 50, even if we cannot get the daily 21 and 9, Still very good work for bulls. Let me clean this up for you. I know it's a little chaotic to look at here, but the important parts are a few key moving averages. So we have the white one here. I'm actually going to make these bolder for y'all, if I can figure out how. There it is. So this 50 here, we're gonna make all these lines bigger because they're really important. There, bolder blue or bolder white for the 50. See how we are surging. We reclaimed this one, and now we're testing this blue here at 87.47 and the yellow at 87.68. So that's going to be what we're fighting for close here. And definitely seeming like bulls are putting on a show of force here and want to say, bears, you got to chill. Got to take a breather, getting too excited on my Twitter feed. And that may be the case. So testing those moving averages, and we will, like I said, see how we close off of those. Okay, 2 minutes left here. Making sure my order went through. It did not go through. That's why we always check. Oh, they're playing with me, guys. Do I have to get out at the bid? Sometimes when you put them right in the middle of the spread, just doesn't want to give it to you. So got to go a few cents under. And this is on FCX, which I do think is going higher, but I don't want to fight theta on just a weekly gamble that I actually forgot I had in my port. So where will they take it? There we go. All right, they took it 1 cent under the mid there. I just had to wait for it. So guys, what did we see today? Looking back, we saw really, really good action by the bulls to reclaim a lot of territory that we had gapped underneath. So I want to just keep it in perspective. Yes, we did have a strong move up. We also had a strong move down pre-market. So we are back at equilibrium. We want to see where we push from here. This 687 to 688 is going to be our hotbed action. And you can see every time we tap up here, there are going to be sellers until we finish digesting. BATL, by the way, did look a little bit weak there, and we are seeing that it needed to sweep out to that 1179. That's the first target there. And now we got to wait and see. This thing could air out significantly, but we just got the bell there. All right, guys, that is the end of the session. End of the session. Hope you had a good day here. We're going to watch a few of these movers. We had RXT. Going to see if that's going to do something. Boom. All right. Big Mike had the right idea. This one's surging into the bell. I believe he also said 2 other ones. Yeah, STAC and TURB. Let's take a look at those. STAC. See, where are you there? TURB. All right, no movement on TURB yet. BATL, we are seeing a little bit of an uptick off of that level of interest, this 1177. And our last one we're looking at. See, I'm not seeing stack on Trader Evolution, so we can't keep an eye on that one. But we'll hang out for another 2-3 minutes, just see if we get some moves on here. TURB, if you are looking for a breach, I mean, that 170, that's screaming to me as the target to the upside. Do like the kind of ramp here, this kind of curl up, almost similar to what we saw in FCX. And by the way, SPY, we are seeing selling pressure after the bell. So I don't love to see this. It might be some tape painting occurring here where, you know, we have a lot of bearish action happening right before the bell. Bell comes in, all of a sudden it's bullish tape till the bell ends. What if these overnight sellers just kind of use that upward action as a better sell entry? I don't want to get too bearish. I got to admit, bulls put on a show today, but I'm still not ready to go full force and just buy all of the tech dips. I think it's a good idea to nibble. So one nibble that I did do on Friday, I'm break even on it right now. I almost added today. I wish I did. Ethereum, FA. I think there's a lot of potential there. By the way, RXT had a little pop there, swept the high, and did find sellers. So let's see if it can hold this base. As of now, a retest, but definitely a seller up there. Not seeing much traction there on TURB either. Maybe a little bit of downward action. You can look for this little bit of a volume node to transverse, and then look for that 120 probably area of interest to see if that's going to hold. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm Steve. This has been Power Hour. SPY has been a Chad. So congratulations to all those bulls who bought the dip this morning. We will see if this is going to stick this move and if we're going to go right back up and test the top part of the range. So guys, you know where to find us. Tune in every day this week for a lot of great programming on Trade the Pool. Tomorrow, you've got Money Mitch, you've got Michael Noss, and then you've got me cleaning up the team at the end of the day there with the Power Hour. So, you know, we got Mitch and Michael getting on base in the morning, and then I'll drive them home at the end there. We have, what else is coming up? We talked about the madness, the contest there. That's going to be a lot of fun. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for more information there. Like I said, we have that page that our good friend Joe linked just a little bit earlier. I think he'll probably pop that in there once more before we wrap up here. If you're still around, Joe, that'd be great. But guys, I am going to hit the road in just a second here. Just wanted to recap SPY looking pretty good, but again, watch those moving averages. That's going to be our guide. A little bit more shake and bake on RXT here. Got the retest of the 215 little pivot that it was forming into the close, into that pop. Watch for a new push high at 223. That could start a little bit of a squeeze action to 230. Just keep in mind that if you lose the 215, 213 pivot, probably needs to wash out to that 2 handle. Alrighty. Later, Mike. Good to see you, brother. Always good to have you in the Discord as well. If anybody else would like to join Mr. Mike and all my good friends in Discord, I'll drop that link for you too. We are, much like the market, shaking and baking. We have a lot going on. We are just starting to reshape a lot of the structure of it in terms of getting everything nice and streamlined, getting my systems in place so that when a trade happens, you will know. And let's see if I can navigate to, there's the stream. All right. A little Discord link for you there. And of course, don't sleep on the Trade the Pool Discord as well. We got some really great traders active every day. You see the caliber of traders here in the stream, and you know it's really not any different in our trading server. It's nice to be with a company that attracts serious professional traders, and I go in there maybe once or twice a week, and not as much as I'd like, but I always come out learning something. So check out the Trade the Pool Discord, check out my personal Discord, and just check out everything that we're doing here, because I think we're putting out some good stuff for you, and it's going to be exciting. So thanks so much. I will let you all go. Have a great day, and we'll do it again tomorrow. Take care now.